let's see what you aren't sure about. So feel free to ask questions, and we'll see what the questions are that come up here. I'm going to leave this open for the day, so you can always go back in, type a question in throughout the day. Doesn't look like we've got any questions. That's a good sign. It may not be a good sign, but if you do. Okay, so I'll leave that there. I'll come back to it after each break. So can I get everyone to go to the events page? And if you have a look at the last session of yesterday, session 4 was about device and infrastructure security and some of the best practice you should do for securing those devices. What I did want to touch on is how you can see how much of your organization is exposed through this tool called Shodan.io. So for those people who have a EDU email account, there's a link in the exercises that shows a, open that up in a private window here, how you can get access to Shodan with your EDU account. And so it gives you ability of getting 100 query credits per month for free, 100 scan credits per month, and access to the Shodan maps and Shodan images. And you can use the vulnerability filter for websites. So what you need to do is that you sign up with your free membership using your EDU account, and then you send an email to academic@shodan.io from that email account, and then they'll look at that and they'll register it as an academia account. And that gives you the ability to do a lot more filtering for that. So looking at the Shodan, if you go down to the resources and open up this report that I've created already. So what I did is I did a simple search for Sri Lanka as the country, and then I queried the city as Kandy. So it's showing me here on the map where I'm focusing on. And currently for Kandy, it has 4,161 hits in the database for that query I've done up the top here. If I scroll down, it gives me an overview of the different ports, the top ports at this point, and I can click on more at any time. The organisations that have the most exposed at this point, and we can see we've got Lanka Education and Research Network has 727 items that are in the database. Shows the types of vulnerabilities that could be exposed for those devices, the operating systems, and the products that are used by those devices. Now, it may not necessarily be that. What I can do is then click on a particular link. Now, sometimes it's going to show you, but if you don't have a registered account with credits, then you won't get that information. So what you can do is click on the more. So let's go to this more. And by clicking on the more, it allows us to do what's called a facet lookup, and it gives a statistical analysis of that. So it gives you a nice little graph and the type of software. Now, if I know these software titles, I can use that to go on the internet and search for exploits or vulnerabilities. And then I could use that as a way. So you've got your electronic vehicle charges. That's a problem. They shouldn't be really exposed to the internet if they're electronic vehicle charges. Submarine mission control dashboards. That sounds interesting. Wind turbine farms. Should they be connected to the internet? Probably not. So there's a whole heap of interesting ones that you can go have a look at. Exposed MongoDB databases. Docker private registries. So there's a whole heap of information there that you can learn about that. The other thing I've got linked here are 2 extra resources to help monitor your systems, and they're free. So if you go to Shadow Server has a system where you can sign up, tell them your IP prefixes to monitor, and it will then email you exposed ports. So they basically look at it from around the world, create a listing, and then they will send that to you. So this is free to subscribe to for the system, but essentially your information, your network autonomous system number and blocks, and who should the report go to. In the background, they're going to do some reference checks to make sure you actually own that address block, and then they'll start sending you a report. The next one is a commercial tool, but they give back to the community. They have some community projects. And this Nimbus Threat Monitor basically is going to use their honeypots and see if your network is originating any malicious traffic. And then they'll notify you about that. So you got this cyber threat report and you can sign up for that. So it's no cost and you can then join them. The other thing that they have is the community services, this one here, Dragon News blog. I subscribe to that, and every evening I get about 6 to 7 emails with some interesting news about what's happening. So you could go and have a look at that, the Dragon News newsletter. So that's probably under here. This one here you can sign up to. So I highly recommend that if you want to keep up to date. Found some great resources there. So we're just starting to touch on some of the free resources that you can use to get an idea what you're exposing to the internet. Today, we're going to now focus on doing pen testing. So being actively trying to get into your system, doing network scans and so on. We're going to use a demo environment for that, and I'm going to hand over to Suba. I can start it here.
Good morning, guys. Am I audible? Audible, right? So, today we'll move with the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing thing. So, in short, we are calling it VAPT. Anyone has done so far in your network or anywhere that VAPT? Do you have any experience with that? I think it's a bit common testing right now, ongoing. And we have a lab session for this one. I think we can follow the same lab guide as yesterday, and here the link is provided. We'll go to that later. We have virtual lab for that particular exercise.
We won't start it just yet because we've only got 3 hours, possibly 4 hours.
Yeah, even that allocated time is 3 hours, it can be extended, and after finish, even you not finish it, you can save it and you can use the same lab for 7 days, and you can try it later. But please make sure these techniques you are using for this particular environment only, because doing this, there's a legal background behind penetration testing. So, what is the vulnerability testing and penetration testing that we have to identify first when we are implementing particular system. Yesterday we talked there are security measures we are taking, right? So we will be implementing minimum security standards and basic whatever the security controls we will be taking, but we have to make sure whether those are working properly. Right. To identify that only, we are using penetration testing and the vulnerability assessment. Vulnerabilities, there can be a different kind of, like when we consider our systems in the OS level, and there can be the application level. Both levels we can see the vulnerabilities. So when we deploying particular system, like particular network we are going to deploy, before go live there will be vulnerability assessment and we are fixing the vulnerabilities. Also there will be penetration testing and doing the fixing. That is to make sure our initial level is okay. But the vulnerabilities are raising day by day, right? Today one version is there, we are considering as safe, but tomorrow it might be declared as no, this is a vulnerable version, you have to fix, you have to upgrade this one. So day to day they are updating. So whatever the vulnerability scanning tools we are using, and with the penetration test tools we are using, they will be updated with those information. So even we fix vulnerabilities today, and maybe 1 month after we are checking the vulnerabilities, then again we will find some kind of new vulnerabilities. So that frequently doing this is required, but I think it's not practical when we have a lot of servers or lot of network equipments in our network, and regular updates of this equipment is quite hectic for all the network administrators. But now there are automated tools and processes implemented to overcome these things, like different tools integrating into the total network, and doing automated vulnerability assessments and getting the vulnerabilities and their impact, the categorization, and then we will be considering what are the things we have to fix, and we might have central repo for the software update, and servers will be connecting there and downloading the updates. But still we have network administrators, they have to monitor those things, because some updates may not impact to the our application levels, but some updates may impact. So those kind of analysis will be required, but it is some additional work involved always. So we have to define based on our organization or our network requirements and the state of that status of that network, and we have to identify proper frequency, maybe quarterly, maybe monthly, maybe annually, like that we have to discuss and agree with our management team and do it. It's like, I think you know about the teaming of the cybersecurity, right? We call it white teaming, about the all the responsible part of the particular systems network security. So we have to get their consent, and then we have to go for particular updates. Penetration test also same, but normally it is not doing automated task for just like vulnerabilities. Pen testing, it's always a scheduled task. Normally we have to identify the vulnerability. When we are scanning vulnerabilities, all internal systems we are getting this vulnerability assessment, but penetration testing, normally we are focusing with the external interfaces, like we have internal system, and inside that different one particular application, different server communication is there. Those situations we are not, those interfaces we are not considering for the penetration testing. They will be covered with the vulnerability assessment. If no any vulnerability is there, we can assure like this is a safe system. But when some API or some particular device or management interface that is exposed to outside, so those interfaces we have to do regular, we have to cover with the regular penetration testing. So you clear with that two different concepts about penetration testing and vulnerability assessment, right? So penetration testing, we can, if we have issue, like if we suspect there can be issue, in that time we can do the penetration testing, but the best thing is the regular testing. So this testing can be done with the host base, like with the credentials and also without the credentials, both way. In the network base we can do, like without giving the credentials we are trying with the whatever the available techniques, and or directly giving the credentials and logging into the system and then do the testing. Those two kind of testing are there, so based on our requirement we can select it. So this is kind of a simulated attack, right? So, but now we are doing with the red teaming concept, like they are a bit stronger than penetration testing, but still we are going with the most of the organize, because red teaming kind of things, they are going with the kind of bit extreme situations, but without going that extent, we can conclude our if our organization not need that extreme way, we can just go with the penetration testing. It is a kind of simulated attack, and it's a particular, that scope is defined. When we are considering the penetration testing, we first define its scope. But if we consider about red teaming kind of activities, they don't have that particular scope is not defined. They are a bit open to go in some anyhow, to, just like in penetration testing, as example, if I say it's not exactly like you can use this kind of techniques to get into the system, but in red teaming maybe have like no, anyhow you have to get into system. Likewise, there are some extreme condition, and that pen testing is bit organized and it is bit with some restrictions, and it's simulated attack, and we have to get our goal should be getting the highest privilege. Here we are considering it as crown jewels. We have to consider about the what are the crown jewels means. We have assets. So crown jewels means the highest critical assets in the network. If we get like CIA, and we are considering other one is business impact, regulatory, legal, confidentiality, integrity and availability, and other than this, these factors we have to consider. So one particular server or one asset is there, we have to consider if this asset compromised, what is the impact to the system, to the particular business or particular organization. Confidentiality, whether it has confidential information, whether the system integrity will be impacted if someone change those data, and availability, whether our service availability, and business. We are doing business, right? If it is a particular organization, it is doing some businesses, and whether it comes at the customer complaints like regulatory impact, someone can complain, my financial data was there in that server, now they have published it in another website, kind of things, and then legal matters, if any private data there. So if these all are higher in a higher level, we are considering this as CJ assets, crown jewel. Similarly, we have C1, C2, C3 levels and NC levels. Crown NC means non-critical. If we are in the test systems, staging systems and backup kind of the system, DR systems kind of things, we are considering as NCO this level. But if it is a production system and with all the confidential data and what are the business critical data, we are considering it as crown jewel assets. So always the penetration testing and this whatever the hacking activities like red teaming, always they are aimed to catch those kind of crown jewel assets. Like it's like capture the flag, that we have to go to the top. That means the best server, that means most critical server in the system or most critical network equipment in the network, and we have to gain the access for that one to tell that our penetration test is success. But if it is fail, what is that means? Maybe pen test not much stronger, or other thing is our system is secured enough. And even we consider that our pen test is success or failure. It's not basically, we can't conclude if it is not success, we can't conclude still our system is 100% okay. Based on what are the things they have attempted, we can identify some loopholes. Maybe they couldn't get up to the crown jewels, but still they can find some kind of thing. So based on that, we have to fix the network loopholes. Penetration test, always we have a particular scope. That means for how long we can go, and we should not harm the existing system. And there will be that for even we enter the system, up to which level we can go in the, like we can't destroy the data. Right? It's a commercial environment, and it's a commercial environment. This is not a hacking job, right? It is just to the just a test. So for based on the activities, we are making different categories: black box test and white box test. And here that black box test means that we are not giving any prior notice. Like when we are doing the red teaming activities also, we are not informing. Most of the times only the white team will be knowing that whatever the activities they are going to do, and there's activities going on. But in the system, normal administrators and all, they might be not knowing that activities. Black box also that kind of thing. White box will be that they know the system things. They have some idea about the system, and also the system internal people also knowing about there's activity going on. We have to cooperate with them, something like that. So that kind of a cooperated activity. Maybe they are internal team or external team doing together with the existing network admins. There's a legal background behind this penetration testing. Penetration testers also should have this particular level of competency, and also that particular or whatever the vendor or organization, they should have non-disclosure agreements with the particular company, because they should have mutual understanding and particular agreements. They should not disclose their data. And these teams also can categorize based on the black hats, white hats, and gray hats. Black hats means they are not permitted. They are doing this kind of testing like they are illegal activities. But there may be license and security professionals groups. They are doing, it will be white hats, and gray hats. It's on the fence, and they can do the both thing. But we don't recommend that one. We are always recommending to go with the white hats. After the penetration testing, there will be a report. for the vulnerabilities and the penetration testing, both there will be reports. In that report, they have to mention who did this one, to whom they did this one, and what is the scope they considered, and what are the findings. And the findings, they will be categorized whatever the identified risks. It's like if we consider risk matrix, like this. For each and every risk, we can consider the likelihood. Here we can consider the impact effect. When we identify one particular vulnerability or some kind of a risk, so we have to place that one. Like we have, suppose we have kind of a risk like, example, inside our network, we have one particular server, and that server has a system password that is maybe it's used as a common password in the application level, right? But then actually it is if someone compromise this one, it will be high effect. It will be high effect. But if we have implement kind of a security controls here, like this is fully restricted, like only it has a PAM access, only through the PAM only we can log in it, and we have implement firewall filters and all the precautions we have taken around this one, then the likelihood of that particular risk will be less. That means it's not easy to get into that server, right? So based on that, it will be not much impact. This area will be minimum. This area will be moderate. This will be high risk. Like this, there will be a categorization for all the risk, whether minimum, moderate, or high risk. And when we are fixing, we always have to consider about the high risk vulnerabilities or high risk findings from the penetration testing. In this GitHub link, we can see some samples. I think you can refer it. And this we discussed before, like we have to do some this as regular activities, because today one system we consider as secured, but later it may be not secured. I think last few years, if we consider about Red Hat versions, we upgraded into 7 and 8 in the most of the companies, and around we got to know that we are because Red Hat 6 identified as vulnerable and end of service, they updated into 7 and 8 last 2 years. But now in this year, it's again Red Hat 7 is going, and then all the servers with the Red Hat 7, they don't have further updates, no further security updates. Then we will find a lot of vulnerabilities there, even we fixed last year. Likewise, the situation can be changed. So when the new server adding or new application installing or the new expansion is going on, in those situations, anyway, we have to do this kind of security hardening and then penetration testing, vulnerability assessment, those kind of things. And even no change also, because even we know we are not changing, world is changing, all the software and hackers, those things are changing, so we have to do it as a regular practice. Penetration testing is not just one step activity, it is a cycle. If we go through this cycle, first we have to go with the initial recon. suppose that that pen test team coming into our organization, maybe they are not knowing our organization well. So they will do some background study of the organization network, and then they will be finding some kind of loopholes there, and they will be summarizing those things and finding how we can enter into the systems. Then at the first step, they will gather all the information and go into initial compromise stage. That means they will gain some kind of access, maybe a small server, unused server somewhere. They are finding it. Then they are establishing their footpath on that particular server or network equipment, router, or wherever it is. So they will be staying there, and then they are doing their further research, because once we get into one particular just we enter in the front door or somewhere, even from a window we are just getting in, then we can do the our researches there, right? So we explore the system, and then we are getting other servers, like maybe some new some server or network device directly connecting into that particular server and getting the access of that server. Then again, after going to that server or network equipment, they'll be doing that scanning again to identify what are the things at the around, right? Then they are going further, move laterally, and then they are maintain their presence there, and again they are exploring. Likewise, till they capture into that crown jewels, they are going this cycle. Once they get the flag, then they can complete the mission. Whatever until they achieve their target, they have to escalate their privileges and then do the internal reconciliation, and then move and establish their presence. Because once we get entered and over that, if we can easily get rejected from there, that was a problem, right? That's no use. We have to make sure our presence is stable, and then only we can investigate inside. So after we capture the flag, then this task will be completed, and then mission completed, and they will be drafting the penetration test results and submitting to the management. For the vulnerabilities, there that such kind of thing, it will be some automated activity, vulnerability scan. There are tools now integrated with all the network equipment. Most of the time they are using one particular user for that scanning. So that will be frequently sending reports to the users, that means network admins or the management. So it has no this kind of a particular activity, because this is some simulated attack, but vulnerability is just a scan. What is there? We just identify with what are the software patches missing there, like what are the vulnerable applications there, likewise. So these steps we will be discussing when we are going to the lab also. Are you clear with that, or any questions? Yeah. This is reiterating the legal issues here, that you have to make sure these techniques to use for the lab purpose only. And lab things, Warren will be continuing.
So can someone tell me about the difference between a vulnerability scan and a pen test? When should I do a vulnerability scan? When you first install a system, yeah? When should I do a pen test? Yeah, annually in some cases, depending on the industry that you're in. Should I do a pen test before I do a vulnerability scan? No, it doesn't make sense. It's like if you first build a house and you haven't put doors and windows on the house and you ask a burglar to break in, of course they're going to get in. So you want to make sure that you secure your system first to what you think is secure, and then you ask someone to then get into it. Now, do you need to hire someone outside of your organisation to do the pen test? No, you don't need to. If you've got the skills in-house, you can do it in-house, and that was that white box testing. The reason why you do it, outsource it, is that if you are a financial institute, sometimes a not-for-profit, your funding and your compliance is reliant on the third party saying you are secure. So that's why you do that. Now, are all pen testing companies the same? No, they're not. So you need to talk to people in your community and ask, who have you used? You can't just say, oh, you're a pen test company, you're going to be the best. That's not the case. There's been quite a lot of people that have gotten into network security to do pen testing, and once they've started earning a little bit of money, they spend $4,000 for an annual subscription to a tool that Rapid7 or Tenable have, and it does all the vulnerability testing and prints out a nice report. But they're not doing anything special. You could potentially pay a lot less, because sometimes pen tests can cost over $100,000, depending on the scope and everything. So things to be aware of. In regards to your legal issues, you should have permission to do the pen test, because you're potentially doing a criminal activity that is being sanctioned by a company. And if you don't have permission by that company, then you can get in trouble. The Darknet Diaries podcast that I pointed to yesterday, they actually have a story about these two pen testers. They were commissioned by this government to go and test the security of their courtrooms and their courthouses. And so they did. And they were doing physical pen testing. So they were breaking through doors and getting in. However, they got arrested by the local sheriff, and they said, we don't care that you were commissioned by the state government. This is a local government issue. You broke the law. And they nearly ended up in jail. But they did end up in jail for over a week because of that. So I suggest go having a listen to that. So again, make sure you have permission. Some people new to network scanning, they just start scanning the internet. There are a certain set of address ranges when you start doing a proper pen testing course that will say, do not scan these, because they're the American US.
There are some bug bounty programs.
Yeah, there is bug bounty programs, yes.
How about those privileges?
So if you sign up to bug bounty program, the legal requirements are that you've already, the contracts between the bug bounty program and your third party contractor to that bug bounty.
Firms like Amazon,
Yep.
and Google, yeah, they are also giving some spaces.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. So yes, you can sign up to bug bounty programs. Highly recommend that if you're new to the system new to system pen testing, because the advantages of the bug bounty program is that you then get given a scope of what you can test. Usually it might be a website application, so you can focus on that. So as I said, you've got permission to scan a network called 192.168.30xxxx, and that's going to be inside that Academy website. The virtual machine that you're going to use, you can also prepare it yourself on your own system, but you won't get access to our lab environment. But you can basically set it up in VirtualBox, download a Kali Linux system, and then if you've just downloaded the default, it's going to have root Tor. If you've downloaded the ISO, you can install it and you have your own setup there. There are also two vulnerable machines that are freely available on the internet if you want to download those and play with them, or you can use the Academy, and they're called Metasploitable. There's Metasploitable 2, which is a Linux system, Metasploitable 3, which is a Windows system. It is an older Windows system. So what I'll get you to do is go to the events page. And on the events page, you've got a link here to open up the Academy. If you get the issue about the pop-up is blocked, make sure you allow the pop-up. Click on login. I'm just going to take this off screen. And I'm going to change my data center selection from Singapore to Europe and launch the lab because it was a little bit faster yesterday on that. The latency was lower. While we're waiting for the virtual machine to start up, what we're focusing on is this attack life cycle. And we're starting at this point here, initial recon. So initial recon is trying to find out as much information about your target as possible. So you might want to find out things. What is the IP addresses? What software are they running? What user accounts are there that are in the public domain that you could use? There's tools where you can scan the public website of the company to glean information. Sometimes they share information there. How many of you have been stuck on doing some sort of task for your organization, maybe deploying a server, and you've then logged into a forum and you've asked a question, I need help with this. So there's that as well. So I can look at technical forums, looking for particular user accounts, and then there might be hints about what software they've got running internally that isn't public domain, those sort of things. So we're going to use a tool called Nmap, which is Network Mapper. And essentially what it's doing is it's going to try and figure out what ports are connected or open on a system. So this is referred to as port scanning. Now, each operating system is going to respond to specialized ping packets or network activity in its own unique way. Based on that, you can then fingerprint what sort of operating system or what sort of application is running on that port. And that's where this service version detection is, OS detection happens. On top of that, with my port scanning, I can set it up so that it acts like a normal sort of user activity. So I can slow it down, and that means it's going to be able to hopefully avoid this firewall detection or evasion. If you are going to be running port scanning or Nmap, most pen testing companies will have a range of IP addresses that are throwaways. Because if you're in the middle of a pen test and they discover that they're getting scanned from your IP address, they're going to add you to a block list. So you need to have multiple IP addresses available. So you should have some sort of VPN service or a virtual service in a cloud environment where you can do it from, rather than just doing it straight from your home environment. This tool, Nmap's been shown in lots of movies, and you can go have a look at that there. To use Nmap in its simplest form, you're going to go Nmap-S for scan and the type of scan, which is capital S, which is a SYN scan. and then the IP address of the system you want to scan. What this is going to do is not complete the TCP three-way handshake. It's just going to get to that SYN point. And based on the response of that operating system, it will be able to figure out whether that port is open or not. And it basically goes through port 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. You can manually do this if you want, but you don't have to. So what I'm going to do is go up to my Lightning Bolt, go to type text and type password. Oh, sorry, I need username. So root, password is Tor. And I'm just going to open up my terminal window, change my preferences. I'm just going to have to move it over to this side so I can get to my OK button. So now that I'm at this point here, so we have 3 machines in this virtual environment. We've got our scanning machine or our tacking machine, which is Kali Linux. Then we've got our Metasploitable 2 and Metasploitable 3. So our scanning machine is on 101, our Linux server is on 102, and our Windows server is 103. So using a simple nmap, we do a -S for scan, the type of scan straight afterwards. In this case, you want to do it S for SYN scan, and then the IP address of the machine that we want to scan. So I'm doing a scan of Metasploitable. I can also do a range of IP addresses, but I will just start with that at this point. I press enter and it's now going to go off, and it's a very quick scan. This is a way of getting a very quick overview of what's open. Now, not all of these may be open, but it gives me some information there. So we've got port 25, SMTP. DNS is on port 53, so domain. Web server, HTTP. So there's quite a lot of information about what could be on this system. So we've got SSH, FTP, Telnet. So there's a lot of services that have been enabled for this older system. If you're not using those services, this is where doing a vulnerability scan or a pen test comes and shows that, hold on, it's been enabled for some reason, let's turn it off. We don't need that, depending on the software that you've got installed. Out of the box, these commands that we're doing here are very noisy. So if you had a system that was logging activity, it would be detected. So just be aware of that. I'm not teaching you how to go in stealth mode. I'm just teaching you how to use the tool at this point. So we know that the system's got some vulnerabilities. So what we can do is we can use a -V for the scan. And that means let's do a very verbose mode. So what we're looking at here is a verbose mode, and we want to open for everything and try and get the services and the versions. We also want to try and figure out what sort of operating system this Linux is. So we can use a -O to get the operating system information as well. So it's not 0, it's O for operating system. This is going to take a lot longer, so I'm going to press enter now, and it'll sit there and start doing some information. Now, by default, it's trying to do a reverse DNS. So it's trying to find out what is the host name or the fully qualified domain name. So you can do a -n to try and ignore that, but we'll leave it there. So it didn't take as long, but it's given me a lot of information this time. How's everyone going with that? It can take a little while, so give it time.
Sure.
I'd send it to your Gmail account that you sent me. There's a Skillable test lab. See if you can open that one. That link there. Did you do a 0 or no?
Zero. This is capital O.
Capital O?
Yeah.
So yeah, it can take a while. So sometimes it can take a while. If it's not responding, you can do a Control-C and try again. Hopefully you get something that looks like this. So I'll just scroll up. So is there a way to move this? Perfect. So what we've got is the command that we wanted to scan using verbose to get the versioning, the -O for operating system, and we can see here what our version of Nmap is, 7.7. So making sure that you sometimes, if you're not running the latest version, you may not see what you're expecting to see. It then tells me about who I'm scanning, if there's any latency, and it shows that I've got 977 closed ports. But the thing that is important is that it's going to show a port number, the state, whether it's open or closed, and the service that it's using. So this is based on what it assumes is the correct service. So remember, we've got a listing of top 1,024 ports that have been reserved for a particular service. So it also then, as Nmap, tries to check what version is running on that. So sometimes you can move it to a different port and Nmap will discover what it is. And we can see here, it now is giving a lot more detail compared to the previous scan. It's actually giving me the version of software that is running. So we've got VSFTPD. We've got OpenSSH, that is version 4.7. We've got Linux Telnet and SMTP. We've got Bind running for our DNS, 9.42. Now, this information is very helpful because what I can now do is use that to research the internet to see if there's any vulnerabilities for those. Okay? So that is very useful indeed. We've also got SMB or Samba, which is a Windows protocol to try and connect to Windows machines. And remember the attack on Windows machines that I showed yesterday, port 445. So maybe that could be a way of getting into it. When you first start out scanning and learning how to pen test, it is a very manual process and you guess a lot of times. So with this list here, you might start at the top, find nothing. So you move down, look at this one, find nothing, and you keep going down the list. As you get more experience at doing this, you'll go, I recognize that. That is a vulnerability. And this is where subscribing to newsletters that say about vulnerabilities and so on is handy. Because if you're trying to defend your system, you not only are patching it, but you're learning about the vulnerability, what potential attackers are going to use against you. Okay? Just got to. If you use custom port mapping, I can still scan for those custom ports. And so a lot of capture the flags will do that. They will use a custom port. And so this is still going to connect to that custom port, and it's going to try and query what it is and get the version. So you can test it if you want. You can try and move one of these services. You've got access to this sandbox environment. So you can always log in, once you get the password, you can always log in and move it to a different port and see what happens. Now, this type of scan that we're doing is focused on TCP. We know from experience as network engineers and people that have been configuring systems for a while, there's also another protocol, isn't there? UDP, yeah, User Data Protocol. So we can also scan UDP using the -U. Now, it will be a very slow scan. So we're going to restrict the range of ports. So if you know that DNS runs on port 53, you could restrict it between port 50 to 170. And so we can do that with the -P. So let's do that now. So I'm just going to start that up and let that go. And it can take a little while to complete that. That doesn't work either. Okay, so it means there's some configuration on your laptop that's stopping it. Can I suggest can you install another browser?
Yeah. We open another window.
Actually, I might try Firefox. So both Edge and Chrome are based on the same.
Yeah.
It's very slow. It's only got no internet. See, you've got internet, but it's not allowing you to. So whatever you've done, your browser now doesn't take you anywhere. Everything's blocked.
What is it?
No. It's saying there's a crash. I'll have to get it and email it to you, the link. I'll email the link because I'm assuming you can still get access to that. So this is good. This is what I wanted to see on one of the outputs. So if we have a look at the output here, wait up. What we've got from this output, we can see that we've got a state of filtered. And this is where it can't quite figure out whether it's opened or closed. It could also mean that there is some sort of firewall in line. But it comes back to how the operating system responds to that type of packet request. So that ping packet or whatever. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's filtered, it's just how the operating system has responded. or the firewall has responded from that. But you'll learn about that as you do this more. So this is a good opportunity then to run this against your servers that are on your internal network to see what is being exposed. Remembering that you're on the internal side. If you're going to do it from the outside, you need to make sure that you've got connectivity to that system. But this is a snapshot in time. So what you're going to do is that you need to save the file first. Otherwise, it's a very manual process, copying your screen output, pasting it into a file. What I can do is I can get it to save it into an XML format. And then from there, I can go have a look at that XML format. So that will then give me a snapshot in time. Then I go and secure this different services and I go back and rerun that scan to see if it's successful or not. So we'll do that scan again, and we're going to tell it to save the output. That's what the -o, lowercase o is for, saving the output as XML format. So I'm just going to arrow up till I get to that point there. I'm just going to replace and do the running of that again. So for those new to Linux, arrow up will show you the last few commands that you have done. We'll cycle through those. So it's now finished the scanning of that, and I should now have in this directory a nmap1.xml file. Using the less command, I should now see a XML document that I can potentially open up in a web browser and it's laid out nicely, or I'm just doing it through the terminal window. So we can see here name services. It's going to do a SYN scan, protocol TCP, name services up to port 1000, and it goes through and checks those. And then it starts listing out the address details. So I've gotten down extra port state closed, count equals 977, similar to the output that we had on the terminal window. And then we've got TCP port ID 21, state open, reason, SYNAC, FTP, VSFTP, version 234, and so on. Okay, so it goes into a lot more detail and it saves it out, which makes it easier for you to then import into a report if you want to do that. It's 10:30, so what I'll get you to do is to save where we're at this point. And we'll have a morning tea break and we can come back. If you want to experiment during morning tea, you're welcome to do that, but just be aware that we've got a time limit on how long we can set that. If it runs out of time, we just restart the lab again. It's okay. So I'm just putting that into a save state and then we'll come back and we'll compare results from various scans. Any questions? In time of the scans. So we've got these nmap1 and an nmap2 and an nmap3. And we can use a tool in Linux to do a comparison between files and find out what the differences are. So what we can do is change into the nmap directory, and inside that directory, so I've just used the cd command for those people who are new to Linux for a change directory. If I do ls, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different versions of that scan at different points in time. If I do a ls-l, that will show me the timestamp. Actually, it didn't. I need an LA. LH for the timestamp. There we go. So we've got the timestamp of being September 18, May 14, and so on. So there's different dates and times available for that. Now, best practice, obviously, you just don't give a simple file name, nmap1, nmap2. You should put a timestamp in there because people can manipulate the actual system information on a file, so it's the wrong timestamp as well. Something to be aware of when you're doing forensics or investigations. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the ndiff command. I type in the right window. And we're going to look at our nmap1 and compare that to our nmap2 example. And what it does, it goes through that file, and we saw how complex the file looked like when we did the less command, and it just pulls out the changes. And so we can see here, port 80 was changed to port 8088. So someone asked about if I change the port number, will it still identify the service? We can see that it still identified that it was an Apache web server. So that is the comparison between that, between what is in this file and it's changed in this file. So nmap1 had port 80, nmap2 had 8088. Minus means that this is removed and this was added. So remove in regards to the difference between the first file and the second file. So that's why I said nmap1 had port 80, nmap2 had port 8088. Now, if we do a comparison with the nmap3, we can now see that it looks like nmap3 has opened port 80 again. It's also removed this bind shell, metasploitable root shell. So this system must have been compromised because there's this bind shell there. And then it's added port 8080 and removed port 8088. Because normally if you wanted to use a web server, port 8080 is a custom redirection, usually the one that you use rather than 8088. So we're looking at 3 different snapshots in time and what the changes are between them. If we do a count of that file, it's 44 lines. So there's quite a bit of information in there. Now we can have a look at the comparison between the timestamp 2018, September 1 to September 2. And this is where we can see that we removed the bind or the Metasploit root shell, and we opened up our Apache server. So that's the comparison between those two. Can anyone see a use for this? It's a way of testing your own systems and seeing if there's been changes over a period of time. Yep, you can automate this. So you can set it up as a schedule scan if you want. And yep, and you can add it to a script and then you can tell it to do that and it will scan. It can scan a port range and then put the changes into a port range. There's that option that you can do. It may not be the best tool for you to use, but yes, you can definitely automate that. On top of that, Nmap has some scripting language that you can use, or Nmap scripts. So there's a whole heap of scripts that you can get access to. If you go and use the online help, it will show you the Nmap scripting engine, NSE, it's referred to. Inside that scripting engine, you can do different things. In this case here, if we want to look at Windows systems, so 103 is a Windows system, we can tell it to go and tell me about SMB, the Windows shares. And instead of having to manually figure out what scan I need to do, the -V or the -O or anything like that, it does a whole heap of activity for you. So we can use that Nmap --script equals, and then what we want to do. And you can either run one script at a time or a group of scripts using the wildcard. And that's what that asterisk means there. I'm then going to say only focus on port 445, and we want to do it for our Windows server, which is 103. And so it's going to try and enumerate as much information as possible based on that script. Should have passed it to, can't quite get my mouse doing what I want. Now, depending on what we're trying to do, we can see here I've ran the script up the top here. It's going to try and connect to 445, and it's going to start off by trying to enumerate services. It didn't get able to enumerate any services, so then it tries to enumerate shares. And we got this access denied. However, it gives us a link to a default Windows share. Every Windows system has some hidden shares. Admin $, also other shares like C $, and if you've got more than one petition, you might have D $, and so on. These are admin shares that you can get access to. And there's various ways to exploit that. Scroll down, I've got to remove my... And we can see here that we've got the C $, here. Does anyone know what this means? IPC $. There's a Tim Tam in it, if someone can tell me what that is. IPC $, this one here. It's not a username. Close. Inter-process communication. Oh, you're using the acronyms, not quite. But it's a little bit different to that. You may not think about this. This is a very old protocol. most computers, we want to do printouts. This is the internet printing controller. So it allows you to basically print via the internet. The problem was that it exposed to the internet this share, and I could connect to it as a no user, so no. Once I got connected, I then had admin rights to go do other stuff. That was a big exploit in a lot of Windows systems, being able to get null access to that. And you can see here, everything else you didn't have permissions for. But this one, anonymous access read. So that is a little bit of a feature in Windows where people can connect and get read access to your system. So it really didn't tell us too much. Let's try it on a Linux system, see if it works for a Linux system. So I just arrow up and do the same thing as before. Change the IP from 103 to 102, and let's see what we get out of this one. And we now get a lot more details. Same sort of information as we got for our 444. It's telling it to Microsoft Domain Services, SNMP enumerate services, not able to do that. But then under the enumerate users, it's starting to pull out different user accounts and also the specialized number for that user account. What that number means, how many of you have a Windows system? Yeah. What is one user account that you know of that is on a Windows system? Administrator. And then there's another one called guest. So one of the schools of thought was that as soon as you install Windows, you rename guest to administrator and you renamed administrator to guest. So that way people think that they're logging into the administrator account when it's only a guest account. However, if I know the number, this number here, I can use that instead. So that trick didn't work, even though everyone thought it did. It even became one of the suggested hardening guides was to rename the administrator account. But you don't do that. It doesn't make a difference because you can access it via the number. Scrolling down, we've got a whole heap of other accounts here, FTP and so on. Keep going down, more and more user accounts, and that's it. So it does give us some information there. What we can also do is if we don't care about the noise that Nmap is going to make, we can tell it to run all the default scripts. And it's going to make a lot of noise, but we will get our information back, very substantial lot of information. It's going to take a little while to run that, and in theory, I just realised I should have got you to run that before we went to the break, but we'll see how we go. So that's going to be running in the background. While that's running, if I want to do a similar thing, I can do that on Linux using the enumerate for Linux script. And this is a custom tool that Kali Linux gives you. So I'm just going to open up a new tab. And I'm going to run enum for Linux, and I'm pointing that at my Windows machine. And that's going to run in the background. And it's a lot quicker than the other default tool there. I'll come back to that. So we've looked at using a tool to compare the changes between scans called NDIF. We then, okay, we haven't done Sparta yet. I thought there was something there about the tools. So let's have a look at what we get from the enum for Linux. And if I scroll up, it's a nice little layout, which is good for your report if you want to use it. But it's basically going to enumerate this IP address and these user accounts using the specialized RID. If I have a username and password, so that means I could do a white box test, I could put that in there and I'll get a lot more information. What it then does is tries to assume common usernames for the Windows and Linux systems. So it's saying common ones are administrator, guest, Kerberos ticket, granting ticket, domain admins, root, bin, none. And so it then tries to figure out what is the domain or the work group that this system is part of, and it gets this Windows system called workgroup. It then tries to figure out what is the workstation's name. And in this case, it's called Vagrant-2008 R2. Just scrolling down a bit. It's part of the work group called Workgroup, and it is a file server service. So it's a file server for Windows. It then tries to create a session with no username or password, and it tries to get access to the domain. It's not able to do that. And scrolling down a little bit more, it then tries to enumerate information about the operating system. So it now tells me Windows Server 2008 R2 standard 7601 service pack 1. So that's a lot of information that I can now research and trying to get into this system. It then tries to get information about the query DIS, enumerate domain users, couldn't get that, can't list the shares, attempting to map shares, wasn't able to do that. And it's trying to get password policy information as well. So just because you can get access to a system and you run a scan against it, you may not be able to get all the information. And this is what script kiddies do. When they get access to a system, they just run scripts. They're not sure exactly what they're doing, they just do it.
While running this state, do I need to give the permission from the Windows server? While running this state, do I need to give the permission from something called Windows server?
No, you don't need no permissions on the Windows side.
If I did the hardening my Windows servers, blocking all the ports and everything.
If you harden, then it wouldn't work. A lot of these would be empty.
Yes.
But the problem is that by default, Microsoft Windows domain needs ports open to allow for the domain controller to work. So if you try to harden it, it's not going to work. The only way that you could stop it is by blocking the systems that are connecting to your network. So you'd have to set up some sort of firewall policy that only these systems can access it. So when we look at the default scripts, we get very similar information. SMB security mode, SMB time, and the host scripts there. So that's quite a lot of information there. Now, if you are not a command line interface sort of person, if you go up to the applications, there are a couple of tools in here that help with the numeration. So there's a tool called Sparta. It's going to click here for show applications, and in the search I'm just going to type in Sparta and we get this graphical user interface. And it's going to do exactly what we did with Nmap, but in an easier way. So if you're new, so what I can do is click in here and I can say, I want to scan 192.168.30.102 and then space 192.168.30.103. And that's now going to run Nmap host discovery, and it's going to do a scan, and I can add that to scope. And so it's now starting a scan down here. That's going to take a while, but we can start seeing that it's going to give me a listing of services, notes, information, and so on. So it's building up a snapshot of my devices that I've added. It's already detected that this one is a Linux and this one is a Windows system. And we can scroll down and see what's happening for each of our scripts. So stage 1, stage 2, it's trying to figure out if there's any database servers on those and enumerate information. So this is Sparta. Just to show you how I got to it again, I click here and just do a search, Sparta. So this actually is a GUI on top of Nmap. Nmap you can also run on Windows system using ZenMap. So that's if you want to use a Windows system. But it does a lot more, Sparta does. It also does screenshots if it can connect, and it basically figures out what other services are on there. And it runs most of those scripts that I started to talk about with Nmap scripting engine. So it's still doing some scanning in the background, but what I can do is I can see on the hosts and services, the particular hosts services that are running, but I can skip to each of this and I can click on information. Host status is up, there's 12 ports open, 12 ports closed, the address is this one, operating system is this. I click on notes, there's nothing I have documented there at this point, but it's trying to connect to various vulnerability databases to see if there's any vulnerabilities that it's found. It's also been able to connect to a website, and it's shown the screenshot of that website, so port 80. It's then tried to look at the email server, and it's found that there's a proxy exists, root. These are all user accounts that are using the SMTP. The database, it's trying to do a brute force against the database. So one target, one valid password found already. So it's figured out that there is a password of login of root, and it's been able to see and grab a password from that. Postgres, again, it's done the same thing. It's already connected to the database and discovered a password using a tool called Hydra, which is a brute force password cracking tool. FTP, it's done the same. It's connected and so on. Now, all of this is a very noisy system. So if you've got appropriate security detection mechanisms in place to alert on this sort of behavior, you're going to be found out. But this is what script kiddies actually do. they have these tools. They're freely available. They can just point them at your network and get access. But you should do this yourself. So if you ran this against your server and it came up with one valid password found, what should you do? Change passwords. Increase the security of the password by making it longer. Yep.
So it shows the login name as well, password.
Yep. Login anonymous, password anonymous.
So we can't give the scan third party to give this system, right? So if I give my system to third party to scan for pen testing. So again, I had one because the person knows the password, right?
Not necessarily. So this is actually, I should have pointed this out, for FTP, by default, when it gets installed, there is this option to log in anonymously with anonymous. That is a standard in the protocol. So you can lock that down by not allowing anonymous access. And so there's that option there that you make it that only user accounts should get access to it. But in theory, most people, a lot of people no longer use FTP. The reason for that, FTP sends the username and password in clear text across the internet. So even if you are allowing FTP, you've got a vulnerability because anyone that's in the path can intercept that information. So ideally, you'd use some other services. Most people use SharePoint, Dropbox, OneDrive, some other sharing mechanism through a web browser. Okay. So it's just doing the 102, but anyway. So we've covered quite a bit there. The next part is that if I'm able to get a foothold on your network, I want to see what else is on the network. So this is where that attack life cycle. So if I've got a foothold, initial access and the foothold, I then start trying to figure out what other systems you have. So obviously most networks have endpoint devices, but they also have networking devices. And network administrators tend to monitor network devices using what's called a Simple Network Management Protocol, SNMP. So if I'm able to figure out your switches and your routers and get access to them, I can now start controlling where traffic goes to and from. And so one of the quickest ways of doing it is looking at the Simple Network Management Protocol. And we're going to start experimenting with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and use a brute force attack to find out this community string that is related to those devices. Because normally what you have is that when you enable SNMP, you set a shared secret as such, which is a community string, but it's not really a secret because as part of that communication, it sends that information to allow that connection. So I can then use that to hopefully intercept that traffic or communicate with that device to enumerate details from that device. So this is where we've got this SNMP community strings. Now what we can do, there is a tool called Metasploit. There was a researcher, or not researcher, a security expert about 2 decades ago. And he used to do pen testing. And he wrote all of these scripts to help with these pen testing. Then he thought, hold on, I shouldn't keep these a secret. I'm going to share these. So he created this Metasploit framework and he shared it for free because there was a lot of vendors and a lot of pen testers that thought that that information was secret and it's going to impact their livelihood. But he wanted it so that way he believed that if everyone knew how to do these techniques, then it would make everything more secure because people would know how to secure their systems. So he shared Metasploit about 2 decades ago. since then, he's had a lot of death threats. He's lost his job. Lots of things have gone wrong, but he stuck with it. And it's really good, this Metasploit framework. So what we can do is inside the Metasploit framework are some free word lists of common passwords that could be used for getting access to that. So we're going to go have a look at that. Just going to minimize Sparta. You can go back and have a look at that shortly. Trying to do Alt Tab in this window, it doesn't allow me. Perfect. I'll just create a new terminal. So we're going to change into a user directory. Inside that user directory is a share directory, and inside that is a Metasploit. Framework, and then inside that is a word list. So if we have a look, actually, there's 65 word lists that come with Kali Linux at this point. So that's quite a lot, and they're at different sizes and they're different lengths. So we're just going to have a look at one in particular, which is SNMP. So if we do a ls SNMP, we've got change SNMP to sh, SNMP default pass.txt, SNMP short pass.txt. If I do a count of the SNMP default passwords, there's 120 passwords in that file. If I do it for the short, it's not much shorter, it's 119. So we're going to use that and here's a whole heap of different common SNMP passwords that have been found in the past or could have been used in the past or are in vendor documentation. Getting a good password list is worth its weight in gold. So a lot of pen testers, after years of experience, they will have this word list that they've had lots of success of getting into systems. So they will guard that with their life, because it means that the quicker you can get into a system, the more you can exploit. But in some cases, you can do a pen test and you'll spend a week just trying to brute force or guess a password. And then you've only got a 2-week contract, so then it only leaves you 5 days to try and get into it. So what we're going to do is that we're going to try and brute force this system's SNMP string. And there's a tool called 160.1, and that allows you to basically point it at a word list using the -C and the IP address of the device that you want to try and brute force, and you press enter. And it's going to basically try each of those one at a time against that. And it's discovered that it's got public as the community string. If we want to make it a little bit more complex, so instead of sticking with the default public, private, and so on, there is a script in this directory that's going to change our SMPD password. So we just run that. and it's now set it to a harder string. If you really want to know what the string is, you could just have a look at the script, but please don't do that. It gives away the fun. And then what we're going to do is try and get access to it using that password list again. And as long as it's in that password list, you should get a response. And we can see here, it's now changed it to private, but it's using letters instead of, using numbers instead of the letters. So PR number 1, V number 4, T number 3. And you could have seen from the instructions that it's hinting what it was. How's everyone going with that? So I'll let you catch up, run through the scan and see where you're at. Has everyone been able to do that? Was that able to get into the... Oh, you got in? How'd you get in? And the Academy account worked. Okay.
Yeah, create Academy account, then edit.
It's working now. Okay, thank you. I'll let them know. All good? How's everyone going up the back here? All good? Yep. So once we've got the community string to the device, we can use that community string to then talk to the device and say, hey, tell me everything you know. It could be things like your uptime, your IP addresses, what are you connected to, your routing table. Not quite that much information, but so what we can do is use 2 different tools to enumerate Simple Network Management Protocol information. So we use SNMP check or SNMP walk, and we tell it the community string to use. 127.0.0.1 is the local machine. And then we've got SNMP walk is going to then dash V1, just not as verbose, and grab the information for us. If you haven't run the script and it's still set to public, then you would use public. So based on this SNMP walk, it's going to connect on port 161, which is using SNMP version 1 and community string of this, and it grabs the system information. Now, depending on the device that you are connecting to is what information is going to be returned. You can also then start extracting out other information. With SNMP, you can also push configuration depending on your community string that you're using, whether it's read-only or read-write. So I can then start changing settings as well. In regards to the SNMP walk, it does a little bit more than just the SNMP check. So you tend to do a check first and then you do a walk second, which tries to enumerate a lot more information. And now it's starting to pull out things like what the memory is, what sort of resources it's using. And there's a lot of information here. I can try and scroll up. So this time it's connecting via SNMP v2. And it lays it out completely different to the other one, SNMP check. How's everyone going with that? So we've now done that initial foothold, or we're still doing reconnaissance. To do the SNMP, usually you have to be on the network, so it's not as simple. But it's all part of that reconnaissance. These steps that we've just done, it's something that you could do as part of your internal audit if you wanted to. Before you go and commission an external pen test, you should see what vulnerabilities your systems have and then try to secure them before you do the pen test. And there's a tool called Open Vulnerability and Assessment Scanner that is available for you to use, and it's part of Kali Linux, or you can download and install it separately. It is Linux based, and it's based on a tool called Nessus. Nessus was based on a tool called Satan. And so in around end of 90s, Satan was a free resource that you could do. Then it commercialized, and then Nessus came about, which was around for a while. And then 2005, that became commercialized as well. So, and then the older version of Nessus was converted into OpenVAS. And then from there, you can continue playing with it and using it as an open source tool. There is a web UI to the OpenVAS. So instead of all command line, you can go and open the web UI, which is a lot easier to use. So when you first open it up, it's going to ask you for credentials to log in, or it's going to be in a web GUI, and you're going to do a few things. First up, you've got to schedule a scan. Tell it what devices you're going to be scanning, and then scan them. Once the scan has completed, you can go and have a look at the reports that it creates for you. So I'm just going to use the OpenVAS-start command, and that's going to start in the terminal window. I then minimize and I want to open up Firefox. So at the top of your toolbar on the left is an orange icon. That's the Firefox icon. I'm just going to click in the Open URL section, highlight what's there, and I'm going to paste in https://127.0.0.1:9392. And it brings me into this window here. The username is admin. The password is password or lowercase. Not a very strong out of the box sort of thing. This brings me into an interface that looks like this. So I've got different dashboards. I've got scans that I can do or schedule or look at that have been completed. I've got a listing of assets. I've got configuration and administration information there. There's a lot of stuff that you can do with OpenVAS. So what we're going to start off with is go to the scans dashboard. And in the scans dashboard, we can see any existing scans information already. And we can see that it categorizes the severity of the different scans. So there's log, low, medium, and high. Obviously, red is bad. So what we can do is go and schedule a scan by going to tasks And up the top here, we've got these 3 icons. You've got a help, a wizard, and then we've got a new task that we can create. I'm going to click on the middle one, which is the task wizard. Now I'm just doing the basic task wizard. So which systems do we want to scan? So we're going to scan, can't remember which one we want, probably this one will do. I'm going to schedule it to myself, so I'm happy with the 127.0.0.1, and I click on Start Scan. Got to scroll down. Of course, my window, it's putting me off. But if I scroll down from that tasks, I can see here immediate scan of IP 127.0.0.1. At the moment, it's currently 1% done. There's 0 of 1 reports at this point, and then I just need to wait for it to finish. If I click on this hyperlink, it's going to be showing me what's happening at this point, which is not very exciting. It's just showing me the status there. So scans, tasks, scroll down. This is going to take a while. So what we'll do is we'll do the scan prior to workshop. Can I get you to click on that one? And if I scroll down, it's going to show me the target for scan prior to workshop. It's been completed. It actually took 48 minutes and 5 seconds. And reports, there are 4 reports with 966 results for this report. So if we click on the reports, that's going to now jump us to the results. And down here are the 4 reports that were done. The date that they were completed, or the timestamp that they were completed. So one was done at 12:38, 8 o'clock, 11:30, and a bit later at night. So there's 4 different reports. In regards to the report status, visually we can see a lot of red. So that means there are critical vulnerabilities for this system at that point in time. It then rates the different vulnerabilities. So high, 38, 34, 21, 25. So when we first did it at 12:30 in the day, there was 38 critical vulnerabilities. So as you go and fix those vulnerabilities, you think, oh yeah, it's all done. You do another scan. And so in this case here at 8:30 on the 20, that's the 18th. So on the 19th, we did another scan. So we fixed 4 of the vulnerabilities. Then we spent another 2 days trying to fix things, and we get 21 vulnerabilities. And then on the 22nd, we must have installed something or changed the configuration. Now we've got 25. So it changes throughout, depending on what you're trying to do. And you can see the other types of vulnerabilities there. If I click on the scan itself, this will take me to the report results. And the report results is going to tell me what the vulnerability is, the severity of the vulnerability, and which system I was scanning, and what port it was located or found on. If I click on the vulnerability, it now gives me a summary of that. Oh, okay, maybe it won't. I'll scroll down. Just going to click on the OS end of life. Hopefully it fixes it. There you go. So the first one I don't know what happened with that, but if you click on the vulnerability, it gives you a summary of that vulnerability, how it was detected, and then vulnerability detection method is listed there as well. And if I scroll down, sometimes it will also tell you how you can fix it. In this case, the OS end of life, you can't really fix that. But let's look at this VNC brute force login. The scan's working. Yeah, I know the scan's working. Yeah. But we've got this, try to log in with a given password via VNC. The solution mitigation, change the password to something hard to guess. So see how it gives you a solution. So this is good for creating reports to give to management or to track that you're going through and you're improving your security posture. Let's scroll down. Oh, so it looks like my scan is now complete, as you were saying. So if I click on my scan for this system, same sort of process. I know what system I scanned. It's saying that there's one report and 19 results for that report. So if I click on the report, it takes me to this link here. Then if I click on the date of the scan, it's showing me that I've got 2 vulnerabilities, and it's a medium rating of 5, and it's Apache server status accessibility and a certificate SSL's expired. So if I click on that one, it now tells me what it is, summary, how it detected it, and the solution, replace the certificate by a new one. And then you can go and read up how they detected it. With Open Vulnerability and Assessment Scanner, usually you want it to have a user account to do it. Otherwise, you're going to get false positives, or you won't get a listing of all vulnerabilities. So you need to have an account that has full access to it. And if we go to our tasks, go to our task wizard and choose the advanced task wizard, this is where you can then set up credentials for doing that. And you can have if you've got an email server, report emailed. And you can schedule the scan. So it scans after hours and it doesn't impact. So you've got to be aware that some of these scans will impact the server's ability to respond to normal user activity. So you don't want to DDoS yourself. So be careful. Any questions about that? So I've looked at tools that allow us to scan a network to find open ports and the types of software that's running on those ports. We've looked at SNMP, being able to extract information from that. We've also looked at a tool called Sparta that does it all for you and even brute forces passwords. And now we're looking at the vulnerability scanner. The other tool that we're going to look at is to do with web servers. Nearly all organizations have some sort of web server on their systems. And so there's a tool called Nikto, And Nikto allows you to go and have a look at a server misconfiguration. And so you're going to point it at a web server, then you're going to save that into a text file and see what is there. So I'm going to point this at myself. As we saw in our vulnerability scan, we had Apache web server and an expired SSL certificate. So if we run this script, it's going to try and update its database. And it can see here, server Apache 2.4 is running. The allowed methods to get access to the websites is options head get post. And it also allows directory traversal. So I can get to a Linux subsystem file using directory traversal commands. So that's a bit of a problem by adding an extra slash on it. The server status reveals Apache information, comment out appropriate line in the Apache. So this server status is a built-in page that Apache, when you default install of it, will go and grab information about the server and display it in a web page just to show that it's working. So that now I can get things about the server, the type of memory, hardware, and so on. It allows Apache server status interface to be found. So there's quite a lot of information there. All of this has been saved into that text file. Maybe it wasn't because I'm in the wrong directory. I just realized. Yeah, I don't have access to it. So I need to go back to my root directory and I'll run this again. Actually, I did put the tilde there, so it did save it into my root directory. So using the less command, I can go and read about this. So it's showing me the version of Nikto that's running, the system I'm targeting, and I can do an X-frame option is not present, which is good, is not defined. So this doesn't fix the user agent issues, but there's quite a few different things that is wrong with this server. And this is where you then would use this information to research how to harden the web server by changing what is acceptable and what isn't using mod security. Any questions about that? So this is, in a way, part of that initial recon that we're trying to do. We've got that information and we can use that information to try and get a compromise, get into a system that is exposed. And that's what we're going to do now. We're going to use that Metasploit framework to try and get into the Linux or the Windows system. Now, this lab is available to you whenever you want. So even though I'm going through this fairly quickly, I suggest going back, going through the steps again and practicing, and you'll get better at it. So don't stress if you're not quite getting the concept just yet. So our first thing that we're going to do is we're going to use Metasploit to find out information about our system. So first up, we did our Nmap scan, didn't we? Nmap-S, capital V is the versions that are running on that. So if we do that, we're going to then find that there was this VSFTP server version 2.3.4 running. So we're going to use that as our attack, or try and see if there is a weakness in that software that we can exploit. So we're going to start running our Metasploit, and then inside the Metasploit, we're going to then look for anything to do with VSFTPD. So we're going to use the search command to do that. So if we go down to exploit tools, it's not listed there. So on my console, MSF console, that's going to Metasploit Framework console and open that. And the very first time it opens, tries to make sure it's got the latest database. And in this case, because we've got no internet connection, it won't get the latest database. The current database that is installed on this system has 1,687 exploits. It's got some auxiliary exploits and 498 payloads and different types of encoders and memory exploit tools that you can use. So now that we're inside this, we can do a search of that database, and we're going to search for VSFPD. Because we haven't done a search in the past, it's going to build the cache of that database first. For those who want to use the Metasploit framework from the toolbar, you can click on this item here. So what it's got is, oh, my screen is so tiny. Let's see if I can do that. Yeah, that will do. So it has these columns. It's got the name of the exploit and the location where it is, when it was discovered. So this is quite an old exploit, 2011. The rank of excellent means that it's usually 100% successful to exploit a system. The less likely it is to work, the lower the rank will be. And then the description. So this is VSFTP version 2.3.4 backdoor command execution. What you're trying to do is sometimes you will find that there's more than one exploit against a service. So you try and find ones with a rank of excellent. And then you also try and find one that has a newer date as well. Because again, if you're new to this, you don't know if it's going to be successful or not. So this is where the script kiddies, they will just experiment. They'll try one at a time, going down the list until it works. And that's also what pen testers do. They will keep going down the list. But from experience, they know some of the exploits that will always work. So they'll prefer those. So to use that exploit, I type in use, and then I just copy the name and the exploit. So I'm just going to go copy, latency, so copy, and I'm just going to paste that into the terminal there. If I've gotten it correct, you will see that my prompt has changed to the keyword exploit, and then in red, the name of that exploit. Once you've connected to that exploit, type in info is going to be giving me information about what it is expected from this. So the basic options, I need a remote host and a remote port. Now, because it's using FTP, we're going to be using port 21. If it's on a different port, you would need to update that setting. But we also need the IP address of the remote host. And currently we don't have that set. So we need to set that first. To get a quick summary of all the options, you can use the show options command, and that basically drops out just what you need. Because sometimes there's a lot more information needed for that. It might be username and password and other things that you might need for the exploit to work. So we're going to go set, and it's case sensitive. So set rhost, which is the same as the name up here. And then the IP address of the Metasploit system that we want to compromise. So 192.168.30.102, and press enter. If I go and show options again, you'll see that it's now been added into here. To compromise the system, you're going to have to use some sort of payload. A payload is a small binary file that is going to use that exploit to then push this payload onto the client and get the client to run that software. Now, that payload could be as simple as trying to set a communication channel back to your controlling system. Or it might be to install virus. It depends. Now, these payloads, vendors love to get the payloads because they then want to create an indicator of compromise and update their signatures list so they can detect those settings and then quarantine them when they're downloaded. So a lot of more advanced pen testers will create their own custom payload, or they will open up the existing payload and modify something in that payload so that way it's no longer in the signature of the antivirus vendors or the vendors. So just be aware of that. Sometimes if you've got endpoint protection, your payload may not work, even though the exploit works. So we're going to say we're going to use this exploit. Now, our exploit had a ranking of excellent. Our payload has a ranking of normal. So even though the exploit might work, our payload may not work. So same sort of process. We're going to say set payload, and it's case sensitive. Set payload to the CMD Unix command. So I'm just going to highlight this. I always highlight it and copy it because if you make a typo and it doesn't work, you might spend your time scratching your head going, but it should work. What's happening? And it's because you got something wrong in the path. It's just one of my habits I tend to do. So we've now set our exploit. We've set the payload, or what the executable is going to be, the binary that we want to run once we get connected to the system. And now we can run it, or we can use if you want to feel cool, type in exploit. So we type in run, and what this is going to do is it's now connecting to the FTP server. It's pushing up our payload, and it's now created a command shell session 1 has been opened. And we can see here it's not using the port 21, it's using port 620 on our victim's system. And this is where knowing some of the Linux commands come in. So if I do an ls and press enter, I'm now getting a directory listing. If I do a cat etc password, I now get a listing of the password file on that system. I can also check the network configuration of that system to see if there's more than one network connected to it. So in this case here, I've done an ifconfig and I can definitely see that I'm now on that system choosing 102. There's only one other interface and that's my loopback address. So that doesn't really help. If I run the who am I command, I can see I'm logged in as the user root and the listing of the directory does that. So now I've got that initial compromise. As I said, it may not be successful all the time. So what the pen tester or the malicious actor is going to do is try and keep a foothold. And one way to do that is to create a normal user account on the system and then just use normal channels to communicate. So SSH, FTP or whatever. And that's what we're going to do here. We use the user add command, set the password, and then we add that account to the super users capability group. It's called sudos. And now I've got initial compromise and I've got a foothold in the network. I've also seen where some of the attackers, they're going to get into the system and then they change the password or delete the user accounts of everyone else. Because now that they can't get kicked out as easily because of that. Usually they don't do that because they don't want to be discovered. So I'm going to do the user add -s command. And the account name is not a hacker. I'm going to set the password for not a hacker. I'm going to just simply set it to password. And as long as I don't have complexity set, it worked. And then I'm going to add to the sudoers group the capability for my not a hacker to be able to run all commands. That's what the all means. Now, what I can do, this is what a lot of newbies tend to do, is they will exit or get themselves out of the compromised Metasploit framework and then try and SSH. Best idea is stay there, open up another terminal and test your SSH works. Because if it doesn't work, you can then still fix that because sometimes your payload may not work the second time. So I'm just going to go up to my terminal, new terminal, and I'm going to use SSH and I want to use the -I, not a hacker, 192.168.30.102. And remembering that if they've got logging enabled for SSH, obviously I did have a problem. I was still trying to connect as root. Yeah, I know my password is password, but password's not working. So, but no, I know what happened. I used -I instead of capital L. Normally I do not a hacker at and do it that way. And so therefore what it's tried to do is to log me in as root. And now I'm on this system, logged in as not a hacker at Metasploitable, and now I can start seeing what other machines this system has using the nmat command. And this is now going to be the system logging or scanning the internal network. So it's now trying to run it. This is an older version of Nmap 4.53, so it's going to run a lot slower. So we've gone from the initial recon to initial compromise to gaining a foothold to now looking at lateral movement, doing a scan once we've gotten access to that system. So being able to go through and do the exploit, and there's a lot more information on that website there for other commands. But this is where we're at the moment. We've got that established foothold creating a new user account, and we want to try and escalate privileges, or we're going to jump straight to an internal recon. Now, if it was a Windows system, there are tools out there that will automate a lot of this. So there's one called Bloodhound. So normally as a pen tester, I'm going to try and connect to various machines, escalate my privileges, and I want to try and get to domain admin account. And that could take a lot of time. Like I might go to this system, compromise it, look at what accounts have been logged into this system. If there's no admin accounts, I then try and get to another system that has an admin account. That might be a local admin account. So I then use that to access another system that could have the same account. And then on there, there's a domain admin account. And then I get access to what's called the domain admin, which means I now own your network or your domain controller. There's a tool called Bloodhound, and it actually does an automation and creates the quickest way to get to domain admin based on all this enumeration. And it says, compromise this machine, compromise that machine, and that one, and you've got domain admin, rather than guessing and having to compromise multiple machines at the same time. So we've gone through and got that and established a foothold. Now we can do the same for a Windows system. So the process is exactly the same. You scan the system, you look at what the services are, and then you try and find an exploit for those services. So for the Windows system, there's a tool that's been installed called Manage Engine. And Manage Engine is a way of me, as a managed service provider, to remotely access your systems if I want, and vice versa. We can have that, so it's a ticketing system where you tell me information about your system as well. So if we do a search for Manage Engine using the Metasploit framework, there's this exploit Windows Manage Connection ID, right? We get information about that. We show the options. We update the options. We update the remote host, the remote port, and whether to use secure socket layer connection, set to true, and then run the command. In theory, you should get access to the Windows system using that. Typing in exit on your Metasploit framework shell. We're going to search Manage Engine. And in this case, there are quite a lot of exploits available for Manage Engine. Can you see? There's lots of them. So because the more a tool becomes in use and becomes common for someone to use, the more likely it's going to have exploits because people will start targeting it. At the start, Windows systems were attacked a lot because everyone used a Windows system. Now there's more and more exploits against Macintosh systems and mobile phones and so on. So in this case here, we've got, can't quite see, but see how we've got normal that's happening there. I'm going to try and, can't remember if grep works at this line, but I'm going to try and do it because there's quite a lot and my screen's all over the place. I'm going to try and limit it by the keyword excellent. So we had normal at the top, we've got a lot of excellence here, and we've got an average, and we've got one that's very manual. So it may not work because you've got to do a lot of work to get it to work. So that, no, the grep command didn't work because it just went through. Okay, that's a pain. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the connection ID. So I'm going to say use exploit Windows, and I can use the tab to autocomplete HTTP manage engine connection ID right. So I'm using tab to autocomplete. Just like we did with the Linux system, we do info and it gives us a description. It's got information up the top and further references if you want. Yeah, it doesn't allow me to pass it to more. So let's have a look at show options. And this is a lot more information that we have to set up this time. So if we want to use proxy chain is a way of masquerading my IP address. So making it difficult for the victim to track me down. So I can say, send my connection via this machine over here, and then this machine over here, and this machine over here, and then attack. And it's basically sending up a proxy for that. I need to set my remote host. The default port is 8020, and being able to negotiate SSL is set to no. And whether I want to go to a specific web address, and if there's any HTTP server virtual host. At the moment, we're just going to change these three here. The IP address to the Windows machine, the remote port is 8383, and the SSL negotiation, we're going to enable that. So set rhost And so we should see that we've got our remote host and remote port and SSL configured. The yes is referring to what is required to run this exploit. And we can see here the target URL is going to be from the root directory or from the start of the web server. If I now run this, fingers crossed, it works. Sometimes it doesn't work, but we'll see what's happening. So in this case, it's using a default payload called JSP Stager, JavaScript Payload Stager. And it's now uploaded that to the Web Apps Desktop Central, JSP, and it's been able to create a connection. So creating, uploading it, executing it, sending another stager, and then creating my interpreter session. And it's referring to, I may need to manually go in and delete this file because it doesn't do it automatically. But here it's saying deleted Web Apps, Desktop Central, JSPF, EVB, and gotten rid of it. So my prompt hasn't returned. So that usually means I've got a connection. So if I do ipconfig in regards to the Windows system, I now get details about the Windows system, 192.168.30.103. I do a print working directory, we can definitely see it's not a Linux system. It's C:\/ manage engine. So how's everyone going with that? If I'm going too quick, stop me. If I'm going too slow, tell me to go speed up. All good. Okay, the R host, so if you do show options. See how you haven't set IP address for the R host. So if we go back up here, yeah, you haven't changed any settings. So you need to do set. Type in R host, so this one here, okay. But you've set the port correctly and you've set the SSL. Now try and run. No, you've already done that. So see how SSL is true, the port is true, but you didn't do the R host. So try it. Try run. You're using the wrong payload still. So you set a payload. Best way to no, we'll just exit MSF. Start it again. So you had the payload for the FTP server, so that's why there was that issue. Try running it now. We don't need a payload for this. I'll press enter. It's quite warm down the back here. What's that? Yeah, that's not good. You'll have to get in early and sit up the front. Any questions about what we've covered? So in this session, we've covered quite a bit. We've gone through and done initial recon, initial compromise for both Windows and Linux systems. We've then established a foothold in a Linux system, and we've covered a lot of concepts. It's 12:30. Is it time for lunch or should we move on? One is lunch. Okay, so we'll continue. With Nmap, you, Metasploit's not scanning. Metasploit is attacking. So it comes back to what the exploit is, but usually not. You do one at a time. Yeah. Yes. But there is a tool if you don't care about the noise that you're making, if you go down to exploit, there's this tool here called Armitage. So do you know what Sparta is to Nmap?
Yes.
Armitage is what Sparta is to Nmap, but for Metasploit. I don't know. I'm hoping that's configured. If it's not configured, I don't know what the settings are. So I'm going to go connect. Okay, so it's not set up. But essentially, it's a GUI front end to Metasploit, and you can add multiple systems at once, and it will then do it that way. Okay. Okay. That's no problem. So what we can also do is we can use Metasploit to exploit SSH. So with our Nmap scan of our Linux system, it had an SSH server. So this is like an attack on SSH without having to know the username and password. So let's go and have a look at that. Let's just, I was still inside my exploit, so that's why it didn't understand what I was doing. So using the search, we can go have a look at SSH and see what's available for us. And inside that is some sort of scanner to get our SSH. Now, I will admit I'm not an expert at Metasploit. If you don't use it all the time, you forget what's there, and it's always getting updated. Usually when I'm using it the most is at a capture the flag competition trying to exploit another system. But we can see here that we've got a whole heap of version fuzzers. Now, a fuzzer is basically a technique of being able to change things around. So you might change the characters around in a word. That's an example of a fuzzer. So it's trying to push things outside of normal to see if it can get into it. Most of the ranks for this are normal, so it may not be successful. So we're going to use this basic one here. Using the show options, all of the options are required. And you can set up a remote host and how many threads you want to run at the same time, trying to brute force and get into it. Remembering the more threads you have, the more noisy the system will be against that victim machine. And notice the plural, the R hosts. So because there's a plural, means that you can do more than one. Whereas the other one, it was R host and only had one. So it comes back to what the exploit is and what the options are for that. And you'll see here in the description, the target address range or CIDR identifier. Yep, classless interdomain routing. So it allows me to do more than one as long as they're in the same block. And now I'm going to run this, and this is going to try and pull out what Nmap does for you, which is pull out the SSH versions that is available, but in a lot more detail. So you've now been exposed to Nmap, Sparta, Metasploit framework, OpenVAS, Manage Engine. Which one? No, I didn't understand. Yeah. Okay, but we've covered quite a lot. It looked like you got a question.
Using that output, how do we know that the manager is running on that Windows?
I skipped that part, but I'll show you here. So essentially what I did is 192.168.30.103. So I did this scan. So I just skipped that at the start of that exercise because we'd already done it earlier. But what I'm saying is go find out the versions of software that is running on this system and the operating system of what this IP address is. And once it comes back, we should see the Manage engine there. We'll get there. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit longer, but in theory. Oh, it's come back in the background. So what we've got here is that it's showing me that I've got port 8383 is open, SSL HTTP, and it's an Apache web server. So what I would normally do from here is I would scan it to see if there's more details, or using a web browser, go directly to that website. Now, if I was using Sparta for that Nmap, it would do a screenshot and it would give me details from that. And now, going to that website, that's how I got the information. Does that make sense? Remembering that each time I connect to the victim system, it's capturing details about my system. So that will have logs now about that connection. Yeah. So there are techniques where you can use third-party tools to connect to websites, like URL Scan, for example, and it does a screenshot for you. And that way it captures theirs and not yours. But you still get linked to that scan. So you've got to think about things like that. So that's all we're doing in regards to pen testing and the vulnerability scanning. The lab goes into a lot more detail in regards to securing web servers. You're welcome to go and look at that. but it's not our focus. It's normally InfoSec when we do all of the lab. So information security. When we're going, the rest of the lab looks at using things like mod security to harden a web server using a web application firewall and changing some of our settings here. So if you are looking after that, that's great. So I'm just going to cancel my lab, and that's about it. And I'm just going to go over to the questions in the Menti. Can we trust every USB data blockers available online? No. As I mentioned yesterday, depending on where you purchase them from, they can also be compromised already. You can't trust them. There was one particular company that was I used to trust, but their USB data blockers are about $30 each, so they're quite expensive, whereas, as I said, you can get cheaper ones for $2. The main thing is, if you have any electronic background, the USB data blocker should only have the charging pins enabled, no data pins. So you can manually go and have a look and check that's the case. So if you look at the front of the USB when it plugs in, only has the 2 options rather than the 4. Whereas at the back it has the 4, but at the front it only has 2. So that could be one way to check. Yeah, pass it around. As long as I get it back. It's any questions? If there's no questions, then should we break for lunch? Is that okay? We've only got about, yeah. Okay, I'll set the timer for an hour. So let's break for lunch and we'll come back and move on to packet analysis. So we're now going to move on to the next part. So we talked about penetration testing, and I kept saying that if you use the default settings, it's going to be very noisy, meaning the victim machine is going to be able to detect that there's something strange happening. So this is where we're going to start focusing over the next few days about that detection process. I'm not going to specifically do that. I actually haven't written a lab for it yet, but I've been planning to. But what we're going to do is we're going to start with the basics. That is the traffic that is going over the wire or the traffic that's coming to a machine, packet analysis. And we're going to use some of the more popular tools. So I think everyone has heard of Wireshark. Can I get a raise of hand if you've used or have heard of Wireshark? I thought there'd be more than that. There's a, okay. So the 2 labs that we're going to do is T-Shark and Wireshark. And basically T-Shark is a command line interface version of Wireshark. And we're going to start with that lab first. I want you to do it the hard way, and then we'll go and do it using the graphical user interface. But there's a method to my madness. If you know how to do it in the command line, you can now script that. And so what I can do is point it at a directory full of packet captures and run it, and it will go and find all these informations. Could be clear text passwords. And I've got examples for TCP dump that does that. Whereas with Wireshark, it can only look at 1 packet capture at a time. Whereas T-Shark, you can just point it at a directory and it'll go and iterate through those. Okay, so that's one of the advantages. In most cases, everything that you do in Wireshark, you should be able to do something similar in T-Shark. It might be something new, but that's what we're going to be focusing on for the rest of the day. There are some other tools that you can go have a look at. So there's some packet captures here, and I've just realized I haven't updated my links. I might have to do that shortly. So let's start with our packet analysis. So for those people who are not network engineers, sorry, but we're going to dig deep into the protocols. So I'm going to start by talking about the protocols, because to get the best out of the packet analysis is you need to understand what is expected behavior for a particular protocol, or what information that is there is valid. We're going to look at the T-Shark and Wireshark tools, and I've just realized I haven't put a link for the CloudShark for those packet captures, so I will fix that. And we're going to later on, not necessarily today, look at TCP dump and TCP relay. TCP dump allows you to capture packets and view those packet captures. TCP relay allows you to replay that as if it's a fresh one. And then we'll talk about the capturing of that. So yesterday I talked about the OSI model. So we've got our application presentation all the way down to our physical, and we've got exactly the similar sort of model, but it's only 4 layers: application, transport, internet, and our physical or network access layer. Yesterday I talked about the different protocols and where they run in this location. Now, each one of these are a referenced standard. So there's the expected behavior and expected information that you should see for each of those protocols. So for example, for IPv4, you should be able to see a source IP address and a destination IP. Okay. For TCP, you might have a port number, the source port and the destination port. So that should be normal behavior. And I've already referenced this yesterday, but essentially if we look at the first layer, so we're looking at the Ethernet down here, the network access, this is what it would look like in Wireshark. Now, depending on what version of Wireshark that you've got, you have this packet diagram view that you can go have a look at now. So it allows you to have a look at it in regards to that OSI model and what the standard is expecting. So when we look at the Ethernet, that's this section here, what we are expecting is the destination and the source information, as well as a type at a minimum. The source and destination is referred to in the Ethernet, the physical media access control address, the MAC address. And it looks like a hexadecimal value. The first 3 components of the hexadecimal value from there to there is referred to as the manufacturer ID. And then the last 3 is your unique identifier for that NIC, for that connection to this network. In the past, it was very difficult to manipulate that and change it. So you couldn't really change that. But now it's very easy. I can use a PowerShell script to change it in Windows. Linux, it has always been easy. And in some cases, you can hard code it as a change as well. And also on your mobile phones, for the security of Wi-Fi protection, it will randomize your MAC address as well. So it's built into various operating systems now to change that. But if you have a look over on this side, Wireshark makes it easy because it's already tried to detect what the manufacturer is based on pre-known listing. You can also use the internet to copy and paste that MAC address, or the first 3 characters, and look up the manufacturer based on that. So that's very helpful. Going up to the next layer, so we're going from, this is the physical wire, this is the Ethernet, Now we're going to look at the Internet Protocol, version 4 or version 6, so the IPv4. And depending on what you have, this is what is expected for IPv4 in the header. So you've got your version, the length of the header, the differentiated services field, sort of like quality of service, the total length, that is, this is a variable sized packet header, being IPv4. Got identification, fragment, offset if you're doing fragmentation. Time to live is how long before it expires. Because if I send a packet onto the internet, it is an electrical signal. You want that electrical signal to dissipate after a period of time. You don't want it to keep refreshing and staying on the internet, because after a while, it will overload that circuit. So you will always set it to expire at a certain time. The protocol, in this case, it says 6, but that's version for Ethernet. And then we've got a header checksum, and then you've got the expected source and destination address that is there. On the left-hand side is how Wireshark interprets that. And you can expand each of those fields to get more information there. Okay? Inside the flags, it's going to have things like ACK, SYN, FIN, reset, and so on. Comparing that to IPv6, so we're still looking at the same layer, but we're looking at the protocol for IPv6. This is a fixed header length. So we still have a version. Instead of a differentiated service, we've got a traffic class, we've got a flow label, the payload length, the next header, the hop limit is like TTL, and then you've got your source and destination address. And then you have this field here, which is a listing of different numbers to say what type of IPv6 header it is and whether there's more information to follow. Now, unlike IPv6 information, that header shrinks and expands based on the information that it's trying to carry. With IPv6, they didn't want that when they created the standard. They said it has to be a fixed length. So we're going to have this extra field that points to where the extra information is. And that's what that field is there. So I tend to say it's like a train. So you get a train, at a minimum it has an engine, and then it can have one or more carriages afterwards. Those carriages could be a carriage for carrying people. It could be a fuel for carrying liquid. It could be a car carrier. It could be some other sort of carriage. And that's what that number value will be for that. And so we can see here the breakdown of it. So it's got the source address in hexadecimal value, it's got the destination address, hexadecimal value, and then it's got some other information there. So that is what is expected for that packet. Going up to the next level. So we've looked at, because of the screenshot, it's too high. Let's just go back. So going down to this level here, in this case, I'm not looking at ICMP v6, I'm looking at a different one. I'm looking at the transmission control protocol. And this is what we see or expect to see. A source port, a destination port. And from here, we can see the destination port is 23, which is what service? Telnet, isn't it? Yeah. So, and then we've got sequence number, acknowledgement number. We've got a header length, any extra flags, and a window. The window is how big a space will be allocated to allow the data through. And that window size will change based on the sender and the receiver. So the sender is going to send as much data as possible in that window will have fit, and the receiver is going to start receiving that information. If it's too much information, the receiver is going to say, make your window smaller. So that will shrink and increase as that goes. Has anyone ever seen the Microsoft timer when it's doing a data transfer? It goes like that and then goes back, then goes like that and keeps changing around. That's because the window size keeps changing because the systems are getting congested. And then we've got extra TCP options. So breaking it down on the left-hand side, we've still got our source and destination port. We've got our flags that we can set here. We've got our window size as being 5840. And then we've got some other options that we can add to that depending on what information is being sent. At that same level, that was looking at TCP. For UDP, it's a little bit less. All we get is a source port, destination port, a checksum, and a payload. And that's about it. And so there's really not much for UDP. It is a faster protocol because it doesn't have as much of a header. So looking at that, that's a quick snapshot of what you should be expecting for those main protocols up to that layers there. So looked at the data link, network, and transport. So what you should also be aware of when you're investigating a packet analysis or some sort of incident is what sort of protocol at the application level it's running, because that's also going to influence whether you can read the packet capture or whether it's encrypted or not. So an example is Telnet is a clear text protocol, meaning that the information is not encrypted at all. So if I have my servers and routers on the public internet and I'm using Telnet to access them, then I'm sending my credentials in clear text. This is important for the fact that people are still using Telnet over the public internet. And even Cisco has sent out an alert from 2020 talking about Cisco products using Telnet. Going back to our events page, if we scroll up to the Shodan listing, on the left-hand side, if I click on more for the ports, we can do a search for 23, and there's currently 56 devices using Telnet in Kandy, or has something to do with Kandy. Not necessarily Kandy the location, might have just Kandy there. And if I scroll down, I might be able to find something else, but no. So we've got quite a few, 56 devices doing that. Just give me a second. I want to just fix the links I've got for, because this is where I normally get you to open up a CloudShark packet capture. But if I click on this, currently, this will take you to here and it shows some Telnet packet captures. There used to be a link on this page that took you to CloudShark to open it up directly, but we don't have that. So I'll just fix that. Fix it on a different website. So what I've done is I've just updated those links so that way they will now open up in CloudShark. So just do a refresh of the event page. Scroll down and you should now be able to click on the Telnet packet capture, and it's going to open it up in a web interface from CloudShark that looks very much like Wireshark, but you don't need to have it installed. So what we can see from this packet capture is that it's using TCP, and it still has that three-way handshake before communication can occur. So we've got the SYN, SYN-ACK, and ACK. If this was going to be an Nmap scan, and it's just using the SYN scan, you'll only see the SYN, SYN-ACK, and no ACK coming back. So that is one way to detect it. What we can also see after the three-way handshake has been completed is this Telnet option there. So we can then go and click down on the Telnet, and we can go and look at what information it has there. So each one of these is going to have similar source and destination MAC address. Each one of these will have a source and destination IP address, and each one will have a source and destination port number. Based on this, which one of these systems would you be able to determine is the TCP server? Is it 1.140, 1.194? How would I tell? If I click on the first packet, one way to tell is we can jump to the TCP area and look at what the source and destination ports are. Telnet runs on usually port 23. So I can see that this is a source port of that and a destination port of 23. So based on that, I can now look at the level above, the IP version, and I can see the IP address of the destination. I've got 192.168.1.194. So that's how I can see what the conversation is. Which one is the server? Which one would be the client in that conversation? The other thing that you can do is that you can use the analysis option here and go follow the Telnet stream. So if I click on Telnet, go analysis, follow stream, and it's now showing me the converted information that it's got from the packet capture and shows me the clear text. So we've got the login is test, password is capture. So the better thing to do is use something like SSH. Now, as a network administrator, if you've got the capability to do packet captures on your network, you would do this from time to time and do a search for any sort of clear text protocol where people are sending usernames and passwords in clear text. So FTP, Telnet, web, port 80, unencrypted web traffic. And then what you would do is try and identify the people that are using those and what systems are using those and upgrade those to be more secure. And if they can't be secure, you try and do something like using SSH so that it's an encrypted tunnel instead. So you set up a jump box for that. So SSH allows you to still do that over the internet connection, but it also adds authentication and encryption to that system. It still uses that client-server model like Telnet does, and it uses TCP port 22. Not only that, it allows for secure connections like secure copy, secure FTP. So if someone's saying, oh, I must use FTP, well, set them up using SFTP. Not only that, I can create a custom forwarder, create a tunnel for a certain activity. So what I can have, I've got a servers running in Australia. I can't access because of firewall rules. I've got to go via Jumpbox. But instead, what I can do is I can use a tunnel to get to that system. Comes up. So using SSH, I can say go to this system and then go to that system. And it uses my certificates to get me directly inside my network without exposing those servers to the public internet. And now I'm inside that system. The way that it does that, hopefully you can see this on your slide deck. It's a very small system. It still does our three-way handshake. It then does authentication or tries to do authentication to an SSH engine. But before it can do that, it's going to say, this is my client. This is the type of SSH I support. The server is going to respond and say, yeah, I support those too. And then once they've figured out what version they support, it then does this client key exchange and server key exchange. And this is to do with the public key infrastructure in a way where it basically chooses a random number, a very long prime number, and then it shares a common number between the two machines. Each one of them have their big long number. They multiply that big number and then they pass that over to the other person. Based on that, they now will get the same sort of number at the end with the calculation without having to share their original number. That now allows them to do this Diffie-Hellman key exchange, and it then creates a SSH tunnel. Once it's got the tunnel encoded, it's able to then authenticate, and then once it's authenticated, it is now connecting to the server, and you just act as if you're doing the information. And you can look at that by using the SSH-V or -V or -V to look at verbose mode for your SSH connection. Looking at it from a packet capture point of view, if you go to the events page and click on SSH PCAP, that should open it up in CloudShark. Let's do a take two on that. So I'll just refresh the page. Scroll down and it should. Now open up the SSH version 2. Same sort of process. We have the three-way handshake. Then we've got the server hello and client hello to determine what exactly they support. So we've got the version SSH 2. Cisco 125, SSH 1.9, Cisco 125. Then we do a key exchange. It looks like there's a few other issues with that happening as well. But if we scroll down, we can eventually see that we've got an encrypted packet. So if I go to our SSH, go to the analysis tool and click on follow stream, it's not going to be clear text like Telnet. It starts off with clear text. It's showing the versions of the server and the client, the algorithms that the server and client support. But as soon as it has its encrypted tunnel set up, everything is encrypted. You can't see what's happening in that. So in regards to packet capture and analysis, there are various tools out there. TCP dump is one of the older tools available, and it allows you to look at your network interface card and the packets that it is receiving. Wireshark and Tshark do exactly the same as TCP dump. Wireshark does it with a graphical user interface, and it also allows you to listen to packets that are also not destined to your laptop. By default, your system will only listen for packets that it's destined to receive. If you want it to listen to every single packet, you actually have to set it into promiscuous mode to do that. CloudShark is more of a web-based interface to display the contents of a packet capture, and I've just shown you that there. Another tool that is used for analysis is Zeek, and that allows you to basically get a packet capture and share it with Zeek, and Zeek will then break it out into different types of packets. So DNS, web, strange or weird, they call it, weird.log. So it creates these log files of that. Using TCP dump, and I'll talk about this maybe again tomorrow, there is a lab file for that if we get time, but TCP dump is one of the simplest ones, and it's usually installed on a lot of systems, including routers as well. And so using TCP dump, we can do something as simple as this. -N, don't translate domain IPs to a domain. -I, the interface that we want to listen to. EN0 in this case. And then the traffic type as some sort of capture filter. So we're only looking for DNS, port 53 traffic. So we get something that looks like this. This is not being saved to a file. It just dumps it to screen at a simplest format. If we want to save it to file, we use the -W flag and the name of the file we want it to save to. And then we can also restrict it to how many packets before it stops. If you don't put a restriction, it will just keep capturing all the time, okay? And it'll just fill up the files. To replay a packet capture that you have, you can use the TCP dump -R, or you've got that TCP replay command, which is a different tool. The name of the capture that you've got, and then if you want to only look at particular traffic inside that packet capture, you can do a display filter using the port 443. So that's SSL traffic. And there's various mechanisms where you can also limit it by IP address and source and destination, or both. So in this case here, it doesn't care whether it's the source or destination IP, it's just looking for any packets with this IP address. This one's looking for the source IP matches this, and the destination matches this one. Or we can look for a particular protocol, UDP, TCP, HTTP. As long as TCP supports that, I can never remember which one it is, so I just try it. So FTP, DNS, you could have changed that around. Tshark does the same. If you understand the protocol and what the particular field is in that protocol, you can get very granular, and you say for the TCP protocol, have a look at field number 3 and look at the value of 2. So you need to go to the RFC to look at that. And this is what I'm saying is look for the SYN flag set. So if someone's doing an Nmap scan, -S, uppercase S, it's going to be a SYN scan, isn't it? So what I could do is do a packet capture to see if someone's trying to just do an attack against me. And if I'm getting different IP addresses just doing the SYN, and I'm getting a SYN ACK going back to them, that's an issue there. Now, if you want to have a look, it's going to be a little bit difficult, but you can see here, if we go to TCP and we scroll down, this is the flags where we're looking at. Oh, this one's just got a push ACK. So I'll go up to the first one, which has got a SYN. And we've got a SYN set here. Now, I can't do right mouse click on that, but in Wireshark, you can right mouse click on it and you can say apply that as filter. And it will give you, if you're new to writing these, you can apply it as filter and you can see what the value is for that filter. And we've got another example here for IPv6. In particular, we're looking at the ICMP packet type as well as IPv6, but in particular, a field value of 135 is for neighbour solicitation. For those people who don't know about IPv6, there's 4 different ways that it can get IP addresses. So you've got router advertisements, router solicitation, neighbour advertisements, neighbour solicitation. And the idea is that when a machine connects to an IPv6 network, it tries to make up an IPv6 address, a random address from its MAC and details about that. And then it sends a neighbour solicitation to that address. If there is no response, then it means no one has that address. So it will use that address to then connect to the network and then ask the router for the address of the network. And this is how you can investigate that by looking for IP packet, field number 40, value 135. So we looked at TCP. Doing it for UDP is very similar. It's going to look very similar to what we had. Ultimately, what TCP dump's going to do, when it's displaying the packets to the screen, it's going to show a timestamp, the protocol, the source IP. At the end of that, notice there's 4 ... and another dot and then a port number. So it's not a standard output that is expected. Normally we do a double colon to show that it's a port number. The direction that it's going, so the destination, so this is the source, this is the destination, IP and port number. The query ID is important for DNS because it uses that to match it to the original query and then stores it in cache. And that's the query ID there, and then the data that's part of that query and information that comes back, okay? Inside a TCP packet, you sometimes won't see the flags that are set, but if you're using TCP dump, you should see a P for push, a full stop for ACK, S for sync, and so on. What's important is also over here is the expected length of that packet. So, for example, if I want to attack if I compromise a system and I want to exfiltrate data, I could use a normal DNS packet to exfiltrate that data. Because most networks do not block outbound DNS queries. So if I'm able to tunnel information out of your network without you knowing, that's an issue. And in most cases, you could detect this based on the length of the DNS query. So let's break out to do a lab. Fix the length. Yeah, but then what happens if the query goes over that length? So what for my TCP lab, So you can do greater than 72 bytes as an example in your Wireshark query. And that will then show you all queries that are longer than what you expect is normal. And then you can then drill down on that. So I've got an example that I use in my TCP dump where we do a look for a DNS traffic that's not right.
What is the allow fragmentation enabled?
If they've got fragmentation enabled, then depending on how big is the size of the fragmentation, but in theory, your DNS query is not going to, it's going to still, most DNS queries won't get fragmented. So if it is fragmented, it's probably something to investigate because it shouldn't be that long. Unless you've set your TCP MTU size very tiny. So we're going to start looking at the first exercise, and that's going to be TCP dump. Now, there is no lab on the Academy for this. We could potentially use it, but if you right mouse click on the T-Shark lab, it will open up a PDF document talking about the connections and so on. This is where I'm showing you how you can do a jump through a jump host to a particular IP address, but you won't need to worry about that. You can just connect to the 202.125.97.40 and it will be whatever jump host I allocate. So I created 30 virtual machines on 2 different networks or 2 different parts of the network. So once you are connected, we're going to install Wireshark on our Linux server, but it's a command line interface only. So Wireshark's not really going to help you. So we're then going to set up our account for Wireshark. And once we've got that working, we're going to add in T-Shark. T-Shark relies on Wireshark. So you still need Wireshark installed to use T-Shark. Once we've got that installed, we're then going to make a directory and we're going to download some exercise files that are in a zip format, and then we're going to extract that zip file. You're welcome to try and do this on your own system. For Windows, T-Shark is installed in the programs directory under the Wireshark directory. However, the grep and the Unix commands that I use in this lab won't necessarily work in Windows. You're going to have to use other commands that are find and so on. I was planning to port it over to a Windows version, but I haven't done it. And then you'll get screenshots showing you of what it should look like. Okay. So I'm going to start out the front and I'm going to give you a number. That number is the machine or group number that you're going to connect to. And the jump host is the IP address that you SSH to. When you SSH to that system, so I'll show you what I am going to do before I start allocating. So if I was going to be machine number 1 or group number 1, I'm going to SSH to the jump host, and that's going to use the APNIC account at 202.125.97.43 for jump host 3. The password is training, all lowercase, and you'll get this menu now that appears. If I was going to be machine number 1, I press 1 and press enter. It's going to, maybe machine number 1 we're not going to use. try that again. So I won't give out machine number 1 on that system. I'll have to investigate why that's not working. Let's try 2. 2 works. So let's say machine number 3, hit 3, press enter. Password is training again, all lowercase, and you are now connected. And you'll see down the bottom here that you have group and your number of that group. Type in exit to get out of that system, and you're now back at this menu. To exit this menu, you can hit 31. I'll have to investigate why. Just give me a second. I'll take this off screen. So starting over here, jump host 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're not doing it. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Okay. Starting on jump host 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Is there someone in the corner? There used to be. Oh, well. Okay. So you're going to use the SSH. So you can use PuTTY if that's the tool of your choice. If you've got Windows 10 and above or a Mac machine, you can just open up your command prompt or your terminal window and use SSH. Now make sure you write down your group number, because you don't want to be using someone else's machine and you don't want someone else using your machine. So to get to jump host 4, where you've got this X, you just replace that with your jump host number. So over here and the first few rows, your jump host 3. The back rows, you are jump host 4. So you would change that to 44. Everyone else at the front would change that to 43. And then from the menu, you would select your number to connect to that system. If you can't get access to it, let me know. I've turned off jump host 3 group 1's machine because it didn't seem to be working. I don't know why. I need to investigate that. In the PDF document, it steps you through step by step what's happening. Now, if you want to work in groups, you can do that. So you can have one person with the PDF open, one person doing the lab. That's fine. Just let me know. Has everyone been able to get access? Please get my attention if you can't. Can you get access? Don't do what's in the lab guide. You can't use. So in the lab guide where it's asking you to use the -J, don't do that. Just do the SSH APNIC at 202.125. Oh, sorry. What I've got up there, that first line, and where I've got the X is where you just put the number. And that will open it up and you can then select. You're 2. You're jump host 4, but group number 2. You're group number 1. You're group 1. 1.
I was not there.
Yeah, that's right. I said you're 2. And you're 3. Yep, that's correct. So jump host 4, group 3. So you're in the
Wrong group. I'll exit.
Yeah, yeah. And then just press 1 because I restarted the count at your seat. That's how I know you're 1. No, you just need to type in 2. And then the password's training or lowercase. So 3, 4, 4. Yeah, that's right. But on jump host 4. 44. Jump to host 4 is 44. That's 45. Control C. Password's training or lowercase. I'll type it up. I'll put it up there. So remember, you're either going to be logging into 43 or 44 to start off with. A menu will appear and you then choose your number that I gave you. So you're 28 then, group. Yeah, because you were 27, weren't you? Yeah. So you're either going to SSH to 43 or 45. So everywhere from here up, we'll be doing, and this side, we'll be doing 43. Everything from here down is SSHing to 44. And then you choose your group number from that. You're not group 4. Number 4 is over there. You're jump host 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're 7. So that should say 7. Is that easier for people to see? Sorry. I'm up close, so I can see it. So I'm going to connect to jump host 4, group number 30, because I know I haven't given that out to anyone. So I do the SSH. And I want to just resize this window a fraction. Type in training as the password, and I'm going to type in number 30 as my group. And so I'm now on the second machine with the virtual machine that's running there. So the first part I want to do is I want to install some software. And I'm going to do a install -y so I don't get prompt. And I want to do software -properties -common. So this is going to install tools that are normally required at a minimum to compile programs. So I'm going to allow that to go in there, and it's listing all the different tools that it's setting up. So you can see here Python as an example and some other setting up of that. Once I've got that, I want to be able to install Wireshark from an official download source. In the past, you used to have to download Wireshark, compile it, and install it for your Linux operating system. Some volunteers actually helped Wireshark to build out a repository to be able to do a simple apt-get install. So that's what I'm doing here, is I'm adding the Wireshark's official repository to my downloads. So I do the sudo add hyphen get add repository space PPA colon / Wireshark, and I'm going to get the development version, but I want the most stable of that. Have I spelled something wrong? Oh, yes. APT, add APT repo, not get, and then it's going to say, do you really trust this source? If you trust it, press enter to continue. And it's now going to basically add this line to your downloads option. Using the command sudo apt update, it's now going to contact all of those official sources that I've got listed and say, tell me what software you have. It's not installing anything at this point. Now to install, I use the sudo apt install command -y, so it doesn't prompt me to say yes, and then the name of the software. In this case, we want to install Wireshark. So it's going to look at the dependencies for Wireshark and go and download and install everything. This is a very easy and simple way to do it. Now that it's downloaded the software, I haven't been able to figure out how to auto answer this, but it's referring to some of the Wireshark common things that you want to do. And what it's saying is that dump cap can be installed in a way that allows members of the Wireshark system group to capture packets. And this is recommended over the fact that you don't want to run Wireshark as a super user. And that's what that's saying there. And it said, for more information, go have a read at this documentation. So if I press tab, go OK, and it's saying, should non-super users be able to capture packets? And this is going to be something that you need to think about when Wireshark is installed, because it means that they are able to start listening to traffic on your network. Should you allow it? In this case, it's a lab environment, so I'm going to say, yes, we're going to allow it, but in your production environment, you may not want that, okay? So you then make it that only super users can run this. I'm going to tab over to the red, so it's on yes, and I press the space bar, and it now finishes off the installation. Now I'm going to add my current user. So if I do a who am I, I'm logged in as Apinic. I'm going to use my user mod command to add my user to the group Wireshark. For this to work properly, it's easier just to exit and log back in. So I'm going to 30. And now I should be able to run Wireshark without being a super user. And the only other thing that we want to do for this lab is to install T-Shark. And it now will go off and start installing T-Shark. So all of these steps that I'm going through is just the part two, gets us from the part one to page 3, part 2. So this is where we're going to now download the example packet captures and start experimenting with those. So I'm just going to create a directory in my current user directory, and I'm going to call it PCAPs, and then I'm going to change into that directory. And I'm going to use a wget command to download a web download file, and I just find it easier to copy this whole path and paste it. And so you should end up with this exercise_pcaps.zip file. And I'm just going to install a program to unzip zip files called unzip. And then I'm going to tell it to unzip those files. I'm noticing a few people are copying, pasting commands in the PDF. If you want to, I've actually only recently converted the PDF to Markdown on GitHub. So you can go to GitHub and get the same lab, but it allows you to copy the commands. So if you go, I've now put a link here where you can go and open that, and it now shows you the commands, and you've got this copy option. So now that we've got our installation, we're going to start experimenting with T-Shark to view a packet capture. So I talked about TCP dump, where we had a -r command. That -r is to replay a packet capture. So at its minimum format, we can just say replay telnet.pcap. But it's always a good idea to just do a head statement, because the packet capture might be quite large. So we only want the first 10 packets to see what it looks like inside that. The next command, the wc-l, I remembered this as word count -l by line. So how many lines are in this file? And then we're going to expand on that, and we're going to say we want to find out the IP address of 192.168.0.1, in particular the destination address. And we do the same thing. Show me the first 10 records, do a word count. And then the final line, we're looking only for telnet packets for that IP address. So T-Shark -r for replay, telnet-pcat. If we do a head, that's what it looks like. And I'm so zoomed in, it's not going to look very well, but essentially I have the packet count, the timestamp, the source IP, the destination IP, the protocol that is being used, the size of the packet, the source port, and the destination port. Any sort of flags that's to do with TCP, some sequence information, the window size, some other technical information that goes with that. If we redirect it to the WC-L, we get 92 packets in that packet capture. So let's start looking at this 192.168.0.1 address. Now this is a telnet packet capture. So which one of these is it, .2 or .1 that is the telnet server? And how can I tell? We go across and we look at the source and destination ports, and we've got destination is 23. So that means this IP should be the telnet server. So that's why we're investigating that IP address. So we're going to now add the option to only look at the destination address of IP DST -- 192.168.0. And the value in this case is 1. So all the packet stream passed, and you can see now that my packet count is not in sequence anymore. We've got 74, then 76, 78, then 80, 84, no 85, and so on. So if we do a count, it's now gone from the 92 to 48. But if we go and have a look at the protocol, we've got Telnet, TCP, TCP. So there could be some keep alive traffic there that we don't want. So we're going to remove that by using the AND statement. So it's going to look for both criteria rather than just one or the other. And I press enter, and now it's a lot manageable. It's laid out nicely. This here, that's the packet size. How much information is in it. So doing a WC-L, we've gone from 92 packets down to 48 packets, down to 16 packets. So we're just drilling down into the relevant information that we want. Some of you may be familiar with doing this in Wireshark already. What we can also do is that we can get a nice little summary of how many IP addresses are in this packet capture. So you can set things up like who are the top talkers, who are the top destinations, and things like that. And I don't know if you've ever tried to do that in Wireshark. It's quite difficult. In Wireshark, yes, you'll see all the packets, but then can you just extract which IPs have the most packets? Whereas in T-Shark, what we can do is everything that we're getting from the output, we can use Linux commands to then do something with it. So sort it, do unique count, and all sorts of things. So if we go and have a look at the lab exercise, this is where we're going to extend what we're doing. So if I zoom in a bit more. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the -T, and I'm saying I want to look at the fields. In particular, I want to look at the IP source field and the IP destination field, and only display those. So it's not going to display all of these fields like the packet, the timestamp, source, destination, and information like that. It's only going to show this one and this one. Now that I've got that, I'm going to have to sort them in numeric order. That way, all of the IP addresses should be grouped together. Once they're grouped together, I can say to another program called unique to only display the most unique of that. The -C then counts how many instances it compressed it. just to save typing. Just going to copy that. And now when I do this, we can see that we have 44 packets starting with this source address going to this source address. And then 48 packets going from this source address to this destination address. So it does a nice little compression of that. Now in Wireshark, there is the conversations tool that you can go and have a look at. So using the conversations tool, we can do the same inside T-Shark. So -QZ -Q is for quiet, Z is just to not show as much information at the header, if I leave that out. And then I'm going to say, show me the conversation for the TCP protocol. And it does this sort of layout. And this is what you can get in Wireshark. So it's showing it's not a very good layout of here, but essentially the source talking to the destination, and it's a two-way communication, and the packets that go with that. And how big a transfer and how long it took. So 40 seconds. My screen size is not the right one. So it should look like something like this. So you got your TCP conversation between these two machines, how big, how many frames, how big of information it was, and then the setup. Earlier in the session, I used CloudShark to follow the Telnet stream, didn't I? I went to Analytic Tools, Follow Stream. In Wireshark, if you're familiar with that, you can right mouse click on a packet and go follow a stream. T-Shark allows me to do exactly that as well. So I can do this T-Shark replay, -Z means ignore the header information, follow TCP, in particular ASCII format, and we want to look at the first stream, which is starting with 0. If you're a programmer, you'll understand what that means. So I'm just going to arrow up. I'm going to use the -Z. Follow, comma, TCP, comma, ASCII, if I can get my typing right, 0. And what this has done, it shows the packets that it's grabbed and then the actual clear text information. If we don't want to see the packets, we want to make it go into quiet format. And that's why I put the QZ. And now you'll just see the clear text stream. So there's a lot of information there. So it gives me a summary saying follow the TCP ASCII, tcp.stream equals 0, and node 0, node 1, and you can scroll down and have a look at that. So this is something that you can do in Wireshark as well. Nothing new there. Now that we've done this, if we scroll down, we will be able to manually find things like login, fake, password, user. So we now know they're sending clear text credentials, aren't they? Well, I can use Linux commands to drill down just to those specific areas in the packet capture. So I can follow a TCP stream, then I can go directly to those parts. And what you're doing is that you're looking for key words that you can search on for a string. And in this case, we've got login, capital P for password, colon. That would most likely be something common in your files. So that's our next part, is that we're going to look for something there. Or the other thing is that if we look at our existing prompt, see how we've got this dollar symbol? That's like the Linux prompt, isn't it? So we can even do a search for anything that has a dollar symbol. See how we've got a dollar symbol here, a dollar symbol here, one here, and so on. So we still do the follow, but we're going to use that grep command that we looked at briefly yesterday. And that's saying search for a particular string. And I'm going to say -F and -A2. Can't quite remember what -F stands for, but -A2 is once you find that string, show me the 2 lines after. If I wanted to have a look at the 2 lines before, it would be -B2. And then what I'm looking for, which is the dollar symbol. And so now it pulls out all of these prompts, which is our command prompt, and gives us some information that way. What we can also do to get the login information, we can use the grep command to do exactly the same. So we use the -E, which is short for regular expression. Lowercase I means it's case insensitive. -AT is show me the 2 lines after you find the string. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it to look for the keyword at the beginning of the line called login with a colon. And then I do the same for the password. So PAS for password. And what this is going to do is it's going to search for just those 2 fields. Okay. So it's now extracted out of those 92 packets the clear text username and password. I can now create a batch script to do a for loop on a directory listing of packet captures looking for those information. Now, I've been guiding you through this exercise already, but the idea is that you need to come up with a reason for investigating a packet capture. What are you looking for? And based on what you're looking for is the commands that you will need to know to be able to get there. So you ask questions and then you try to answer those questions. So if we go to our slide deck and go down to the very end of the slide deck, what we have is a listing of the exercises. So remember, we've just started looking at telnet.pcap. What I'm going to ask is, which is the server? Who logged into 192.168.0.1? And after logging in, what did the user do? So you think about it from an incident response point of view. You're trying to find out who was in on that server and what sort of actions they did. Because based on the incident, you may have to do a fresh install or some sort of sanitization to remove files or whatever. Does everyone understand what we're doing here? So we're reconstructing what could have happened with a system. So based on the first question, going to our example, we can see here who logged in. Fake password was user. after they logged in, what did they do? At the moment, it's all over the place, but we can see the dollar symbol, but we've got this SBIN ping www.yahoo.com. Then we've got this ls command, ls-a, and then they exited. Okay. Now I can get that in a better format, and the advantages of using the T-Shark like this, when I was doing investigations, I could add the T-Shark command directly into the ticket, so that way anyone could replicate what I was doing. Whereas, could you imagine having to do that with Wireshark so someone could replicate what you were doing? No. So it's a way of being able to help the juniors in your team to learn more advanced techniques. And then after I showed them the T-Shark command, I'd say, okay, go do it in Wireshark. And they would then do it in Wireshark. So looking at this, we can use a tool called Awk to basically cut out just the information that we want. And we briefly introduced it yesterday. Just going to use this just to save time. And what it's done is it's basically gone and grabbed all that messy information up there and just pulled out the dollar symbol, the command, dollar symbol, the command, dollar symbol, the command, and so on. And this one gets rid of the dollar symbol, and that way it just pulls out just the commands for you. So using T-Shark and the Linux tools, you're able to drill down on a packet capture into specific information. In regards to doing some of this using the Windows tools, instead of using grep, you would use find. I can't remember what the replacement for awk is, but if you use PowerShell, it's a lot more options that you can do with that. Any questions? How's everyone going? Were you able to get this similar information? What I want you to do now is, using what I've shown you, see how you go with covertinfo.pcap. Find out, is it a genuine ICMP packet, and have a look at it. So T-Shark-R to replay the packet. How many packets are in the packet capture? So you could use WC-L. I'll let you know now, there's only 2 packets, I think, from memory. So then you need to drill down and find more information about that. So just doing a replay, you can see that it's 2 packets, and look at the size, 182. I've already hinted this about DNS. Ping packet shouldn't be 182 bytes. That's a very large ping packet. So further investigation is needed. In regards to T-Shark, there is an option to have a look for certain reports that are available. And so that's what we're doing here by saying, it helps if I spell T-Shark right. -G, go tell me about the reports that are available for T-Shark. So there's different types of reports that I can look at. And the one that we're interested in is finding out more about the fields that are available. So if we do -G fields, and we want to look in particular for anything to do with ICMP, ping packet, and let's see what we get. So this is going to show all these extra field names that we can go and have a look at, potentially to expand out. Again, knowing a little bit about the protocol makes it easier, but the built-in help helps you. Doesn't display very well in my screen, so I do apologize for that. But what we are looking for ICMP is the data length field. And the data length field is a way of being able to pull out packets that are too long for what you think the traffic should be. So what we can do is that we can use the in brackets data.len for length greater than 100, and that will become our display filter. Now, if we had more than 2 packets, we might see a difference, but we've only got 2 packets and they are both over the 100. What we can also do is that we can use the -T fields command to have a look at the data. And that's the data in hex. So if you think about the Wireshark in CloudShark, actually I've got CloudShark here. It's this value over here. So you can copy and paste that maybe into CyberChef, but you're not stuck in the CLI there. So there are other tools that you can use, and one is to view the ASCII value of the system. So if I arrow up and do a -X, that's going to say, show me the hex value as well as the ASCII value. And so it gives us that view that we saw in CloudShark, but over here, we can see the ASCII. So we've got this blue chat 100.17.18, and it's gone off the screen on mine, but essentially it's saying transfer money to that. A better way of doing it is to grab just that hex value and pass it to a tool in Linux called XXD that allows it to decode the hex value and displays it nicely here. So it's got blue chat 10.100.17.48, transfer all the funds to account number and the account number there. And because it's a ping packet, you get an echo and the server just responds with the same information. So that's why you see it twice. This is why ICMP tends to get blocked for v4. Okay. Any questions about that? We'll break for afternoon tea, and I'm going to leave this challenge with you for during the break if you want to try that challenge. So this is in regards to an FTP packet capture. Number that you set to say how noisy it is. So normally it's going to be very noisy, so it'll do as many connections as possible every minute until it completes the scan. What you can do is change that so that it will be a time period, like do a connection every 15 minutes or every 20 minutes. It's going to be a lot slower to do and complete, but it will go and do that in a stealth mode. And it won't raise alarm bells, because sometimes in the alerts, when I talk about Suricata and Snort tomorrow, you can set an alert that if someone connects within 3 attempts in 60 seconds, send an alert. What's the difference between reconnaissance and enumeration? Reconnaissance is where I'm just looking. Enumeration is where I'm actually taking something. So looking is different to taking, isn't it? So I can use reconnaissance using third-party tools where you don't even know I'm connecting to your system. Whereas enumeration, I have to connect to your system and start enumerating information. Are there any tools for web application and API testing? Yes, there are. I haven't done web testing for so long, probably 2 decades. I've got an event that I wrote a short course for Bhutan end of last year because I wanted one for that. So I'll put a link in for that. I can't remember off the top of my head what I use. But there are tools that do web testing. Burp Suite does that, yes. But that does also a lot more. So Burp Suite has some automation plugins, and it's a commercial tool. So you can use a community edition one, but you get more benefit if you pay for it and you add in plugins to do that. And you can write your own plugins. So there is that option there. There's another one called Spider something, but I'm just thinking of trying to think of a free tool that you can use. Postman, yeah. However, Postman, did anyone read that recently? Apparently that's very vulnerable, and someone's done a supply chain attack on that a couple of weeks ago. So if you've got it installed, it means that your system could be compromised. Apparently, I'll have to find the article. It was an interesting one. Oh, that's interesting. That's going to catch a lot of people. So for those people who don't know, what Postman allows you to do is basically install a program that connects to web applications. The easiest way is if you right mouse click and you go inspect. Under the inspect of a page in your web browser, there is this coding or developer console. So you can use that if you want. That would be where I would start. If you are interested in web testing, I've mentioned Try Hack Me already. And if you go actually on the event page, day 1, session 1, there's this Security Operations Center level 1 training. Most of it is free. So the first part is talking about the different frameworks, so the theory, and then getting some cyber threat intelligence, which I haven't written any labs for just yet. Then it looks at network security and traffic analysis. So Snort, Network Miner, Zeek, Wireshark. So everything that we're doing today, you can go in more details. And most of these are free. Endpoint security, log management, digital forensics, phishing. Oh, thought it had some pen testing for webs. It keeps changing because it's free, but I'm just doing a quick search. I'm sure there was a web. So there's web enumeration, web fundamentals, web application security. Now, what you can do is under one of these fields, free only. And then it goes and shows you what are free to use. So this one here, WebGoat, is a system that you can run in Docker, and it emulates a web environment, and then you go and do testing against that. And it's delivered by OWASP. So I can put a link to that search in the events page. Could you please explain to me about data packets? I don't know if I can get that simple. Can I think about this one? That's going to be. Can anyone else explain this? You're all, some of you are teachers here. How would you explain it? I just know what a data packet is. It's hard to, once you know something, explain it. It's like explaining to someone, what is the color green? It's green. I had a friend that was sight impaired, and he wanted to know what color trees were, and trying to explain the color of a tree to him was very hard. And he knew, and he was just joking with me. Already answered that one. Is IEEE responsible for MAC address regulation? Yes, just like IP addresses, someone has to regulate them. Otherwise, you're going to have duplicates occur. So as a manufacturer, I would go to the IEEE and buy a block of MAC addresses, and they will delegate those to me. Any good resource to learn write queries like tshark-r, covert info.pcap-t, fields-e data? Yes, there are. There was a, if you look for capture the flags, T-Shark, CTF, T-Shark walkthroughs, they will help you there. But there is a T-Shark ebook that I really like. This one's a new one. That's not it. I don't mind this one. Oh, no, that's not the one I was after. I've got it. I'll have to find it. It's not on this list. I must use a different browser. But I've got an ebook on T-Shark that is real. Oh, it's actually a physical book, and it really goes through, and that's how I learnt about all that sort of stuff. XXD I already knew about because I use it for decoding and malware analysis. But I'll see if I can find some more links for that. Please give us more about TCP dump command. Yes, I will share that with you tomorrow. If you have a look in tomorrow's last session, I've got TCP dump there. If you've got the PDF for today's session, you'll notice I've skipped quite a bit because we're going to cover that tomorrow when we do the security onion and packet analysis. What are the key parameters of the data packet to identify the attacks? That's a hard one to answer as well, because it depends on the type of attack that they're trying to do. Sometimes you're looking at the TCP flags, sometimes you're looking at the length of the data, and then you're looking at different things inside that. But in most cases, you want to have a look at the data that's inside the packet. And that's what we'll do with FTP. Could you please provide some intro demo about the Hack the Box? Anyone heard of Hack the Box? So the Hack the Box Academy, it was started by actually a academic or university professor in the UK and a more technical person. It's gone leaps and bounds, so it came about pre-COVID, and the idea is that it provides you with an interface. So that's different. I don't want to get the join for free. I haven't got my login account. But essentially, it gives you some introductory training and a room where you're going to try and pen test or get into a vulnerable system. So it's gamified the learning experience for hacking. But it's also like Try Hack Me as well. So they're very similar to each other. The main difference that I liked about Hack the Box was that Hack the Box had King of the Mountain concept. And the idea is that you would have a group of 8 hackers or people that have logged in, and you go to a particular room, and the first person who compromises the server has to then secure that server and keep everyone out. So I like that model that they have for Hack the Box. But it's essentially another resource to use in a virtual environment or a web-based environment. And you, as a student, it was quite cheap. I had a meeting with the founder pre-COVID for APNIC, and it was going to be about £11 a month per user. So that's quite not too bad. And you can do a 2 or 3 month subscription, but it can be expensive. £11 in Australian dollars is expensive. It's going to be even more expensive in Sri Lankan. I haven't really used Hack the Box for a long time. I've got a yearly subscription to try Hack Me. There are some other free versions there. I can share that with you. So that's most of the questions. So I've got to think about the packet analysis. So what we're going to use is the FTP packet capture. So we've got the 2 IP addresses, and we need to figure out what is it. Is it the FTP server or the FTP client? Then there's an error code of some sort, and if you see an error code, you can always use your friendly neighborhood search engine and do a search for it, or we'll go have an investigation inside the packet capture itself. And then we've got this IP address here, and what is it trying to attempt to do? So we need to now try and figure that out using our T-Shark commands. So first up, let's use the T-Shark command, and we're going to replay our FTP. And instead of just replaying it, I'm going to try and do a word count first. And it's got over 19,000 packets in this system. So that's quite a lot of packets to be able to try and analyze by scrolling through it. And you think about using Wireshark to scroll through that many packets. So what we can do is remember the first packet capture we looked at, and it was the Telnet, and it had 92 packets, and then we did a filter and it went to 48 packets, then we did another filter and it went to 16 packets. But we also used the top talker concept and the top destination concept of doing the sort and the unique -C. So we're going to do that as well. So I'm going to do my T-Shark -R FTP -T, because we want to limit what fields we want to display. So the fields that we want to display is the source and destination IP. So we do IP.src -E DST. I'm sorry, IP.dst. And we're going to sort, and we're going to count how many are there. So we can see coming from this IP, going to this IP, 11,000 packets. And then going back the other way, we've got 8,400 packets. Something that's a little bit harder to do in Wireshark, to get that simple count like that. We could do display filters, but it's not really the same. So now that we've got that, let's have a look. We could also do it in Wireshark using the conversation. So that's the pcat-qz, because I want it to be quiet. Conv TCP. And then I'm just going to pipe that to more because it's going to scroll off the screen for me. I can now build out what sort of conversations are happening. And each one of these are a stream of information. So even though we've only got 2 IP addresses, unlike what we saw with the Telnet, where it only had 1 stream, there are multiple streams happening here for the conversation. So it seems like a session starting, then it's stopping. A session starting, then it's stopping. Why do you think that could be happening? It could be a TCP reset happening, or it could be, you don't know at this point. But this is the sort of thing where you document and say, oh yeah, this is a bit suspicious. We've only got the 2 IP addresses, and we can see here that we've got the ports numbers. If you have a look, port number for the source is 2244. The destination is 21. Then I've got 2245, destination 21. 2246, destination 21. So this is a technique where they're trying to mask their attack because they keep changing the port number that they're originating from. So to me, this is suspicious, and it's in sequence as well. Normally, port numbers from a client are randomly created or selected. They're not in a sequence. Using T-Shark, what we're going to do is see what information is happening. In particular, we want to look for any packets that contain that error code, 530. And the way that we do that is that we look for FTP response dot code. Yeah. Double equals 530. And so that's saying just show me packets that equal this particular display filter. I'm going to do a count. There's still a lot of packets, 705 packets that has that code in there. Let's do a head and we can see what the first 10 packets have in it. And we can see here what it's telling me. Response 530, login incorrect. So we've got 709 packets saying login incorrect. Any ideas what's happening? It's either a password spray attack, brute force attack, something like that. So they're trying to get into this FTP server using a password list and then trying to get access to it. So remember Sparta, how it tried to get into the FTP server and it found one valid password? This is what it would possibly look like. Okay? And if you have a look at the timing, it's seconds apart. So it's very noisy. So if you want to hide it, you would do it once every 20 minutes or so. So it wouldn't cause an alert to occur. What we can do is we can now drill in on particular fields or display and see what information we get from that. So we've got a lot of information. So this server here, 10.121.70.151, is telling this system that their login is incorrect. So which is the attacking system based on this? 254 is the attacking system because it's the FTP server on the left communicating to the right. Sometimes people think it's always the attacking server on the left. No, it depends on which packets you're looking at. So if that's the case, we're going to try and get more information about that system. So we're going to set it to the source of that IP. So equals 2.234.125.254. And we're going to see what is inside its FTP request. And I might just reduce my font size, so I do apologize, so it lays it out better. So this is the first 10 FTP requests from the attacking machine. And what we can see is pass, Merlin, Mercury, Mets, manager, then user, admin, 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 then password, Mickey, Michael. So it looks like it's a password spray attack. Basically, they know one user account and they're just trying a password list to get into that account. If we want to make sure that it's not trying other user accounts, we know that we've got this here, user, so we can do a grep on that field, grep user. And we've got admin and administrator there at this point. It's really not very good. If we try to do a WC-L, we can see that there's still 702 of these. If we want to get a listing of just the usernames, so we want to be able to just get this right-hand side of information, the far right-hand side, there are various ways of doing it. We could use awk, we could use cut, we can use left, can't remember, trim or something. I'm going to use the cut command, and I'm going to say grep the user. Well, actually, I'm going to cut it from this colon. See how there's no colon repeated from here? So I'm going to use the cut -D colon as the delimiter -F. I want to get field number 2. So when I do that, see how it just pulls out just that user and the password. So I now do the grep. Oh, I don't want pass, I want user, don't I? And it now pulls out all the users. So based on that, I can do a sort and then a unique -C. And we can see the listing of user accounts that it has tried to do. So we've got admin, administrator. Could you imagine doing this in Wireshark, trying to find out that? It's a little bit harder. If we change this to password, it's basically really only one password at a time. Can you see that? So it's really not going to help, even the unique. It just says there's only one of each. What did I say about password lists? They're worth their weight in gold. If I can get a good password list, then that's good. But not only that, if I've seen this in my packet capture, I can then use that to then start searching for any other packet captures with that passwords, or I can try and test that against my current user accounts. Depending on the legislation and where you are, the legal requirements, you may not be able to legally do that, so just be careful. But there are people that will do testing. They'll find a password list and run it against their user accounts and go, you can't do that. In Microsoft now, you can set it so that way it knows what some of the common passwords are, and when someone tries to reset their password, it will go, no, you can't do that. So if we just want to grab the password list, I can use the cut command, -D. I want it to be a space and I want field number 3. And maybe I did something wrong. Cut -D. Let's try field number 2. Oh. That's better. Field number 3 just pulls it out. It's just because I had the unique in there, it had an extra. I would have had to go field number 4. So it pulls out that password and then I can send it to a file. And there's the password list. It's not a very good password list, by the way. It's too simple. But we can look at that and see how many different passwords we've got. $703 passwords, unique. So based on that, we're able to see FTP is the server, client, incorrect login, and it attempts to do a brute force attack using just a password list. And then you can have a look at the login attempts, but we saw that there was 703 different logins happening with that. Any questions? I'm covering a lot of information. We're going to do exactly the same stuff that we're doing here in T-Shark in Wireshark. So don't stress. So chat DMP, it's not a packet capture as such. It was created using TCP dump that you would then do a DMP file extension for that. So we can have a look at this one. So the same sort of thing, T-Shark-R, chat DMP, and it's showing a different protocol over in the protocol list here. So we can see we've got TCP, MSN, MS, TCP, MSN, MS. I don't know if any of you remember Microsoft Network Messenger, MSN Messenger. It's a very old messaging tool. So this is quite old. But depending on the messaging tool that you have, it sometimes is in clear text. So this one's only got 50 packets in it compared to the FTP, which had 19,000. So it's a little bit easier to have a look at. And there's going to be I'll do a head. So we can start seeing some information that's being leaked from the MSN Messenger. So it's got this information about joining, calling, ringing, and it's in clear text. So let's have a look at the frame protocols, which is these ones here. So we can pull out what that is so we know what it is to answer that question. What did I do wrong? Oh, Can anyone see what I? So what this is doing is pulling out what the type of frame it is. So it's an ether type. Protocol is IP, TCP, and then MSN, MS. So that's how I'm able to identify what sort of packet capture we're looking at, which protocols are in that packet capture. We could also use the conversation TCP tool, but we also want to have a look at the text fields. So if I do that text field, I'm now just grabbing anything that's in clear text in this message. So we've got timestamps, user 93 is the sizing, and Brian is calling a number, or user, okay, signing in, Tesla. Thomas is ringing that number, 1835912, which is Brian's number. And there's a lot of extra information there. So wherever we see extra information, we can always pass it to a Linux command. So let's start looking at a particular field called user. And we can now see typing user. We can also restrict it to a particular protocol. So we're not wasting time looking at a protocol that isn't interesting. So MSN MS is the protocol that we want to focus on. And now it still pulls out similar information. If we want to remove all the extra information and just try and get the information here, we can use the cut command multiple times, or we could use the awk command. You use a tool that you are familiar with, okay? So cut -D. Let's see. Okay, get me what I want. I'm just looking at what I want. I might look at the comma first, because we can see here that we've got this comma. So there's different users there. So I'll use the comma -F, and I want field 4 and 5. And if I just press enter on that, it now just pulls out that information. Once I've got that information, I can cut it again in a different location. So in this case, I could cut it on the colon. That should get me to where I want. And I want field number 2 in this case. I think. No, I don't. So I want field number 3. So I've now got the details there. Based on that, I then can cut it again based on this \. So I can do the cut -D -F1, and let's see what I get. No, it didn't like that. Control C. That's because this is a reserved character, so I need a double \. And now I'm getting just the email addresses. And without counting, I now get the email addresses for all the involved people. So all I'm doing is I'm using T-Shark to grab the appropriate packets. Then I'm using the Linux operating system tools, grep, cut, awk, or whatever, to then focus on particular packets and grab that particular information. Any questions about that? Running through that same process, I'm going to now, instead of looking at the user, I want to see if what they're saying about there's this field here, which is the Microsoft Shell dialog, and this is the field where they're sending text messages to each other. So if we have a look here, it has one. Hey, Brian, go over to this one here. Hey, man, what's up? Not much. Did you hear about the new IT guy they hired? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I hear he's a real jerk. I've heard the same. Maybe we should try hacking into a server to mess with him. Sounds good to me. And so that could be grounds for being fired because they're planning whether they do or not. But you need to be aware of your conversations could be recorded. Again, we can just pull out just the information from that. So cut -D, looking for the comma. See how each one of these fields have a comma down here. -F, and then which field I want. And it's just a matter of experimenting. Let's try 7 and 8. And there we go. I've now just grabbed the whole conversation. Looks like everyone's worn out. They're just watching. So I've definitely thrown you into the deep end with Linux commands, haven't I? Someone asked about how to learn T-Shark. Practice. If you don't know T-Shark, go to Wireshark, create a display filter, and then try and replicate it in T-Shark. So whenever I was doing investigations, I started off with Wireshark, and now I moved over to T-Shark because anything I tried to do in Wireshark, I also try to do in T-Shark. And you just get better at it each time. There's a lot of trial and error. When I wrote this lab, I did a lot of trial and error to get the fields that I want. And I did it this way, so that way you can see exactly what I was talking about. How many of you have Wireshark installed on your laptop? If you've got Wireshark installed on your laptop, we'll move over to that for the last part of the session. Helps if I get the... So scrolling down to day 2, we've got these Wireshark Lab guide and the packet captures. So I'm just going to save this link. Once I've got the link, I'm just going to right mouse click on that, and I'm going to use 7-zip to extract it. So whatever way that you... And I've now got these packet captures. So if we use our right mouse click in Windows, you can open it or double click it. And if you've already got the file associated to Wireshark, which I have because of that, it's going to now open it up in that view. Might zoom out a bit. Now, depending on what version of Wireshark you have, if you've got a newer version of Wireshark, you can set it up to have a view like this. So things to be aware of. In Wireshark, it has a status bar down here. The status bar, it will tell you the name of the file you're working on and how many packets are in the file and how many packets are being displayed if you've got a display filter in place. On the right-hand side is a profile. This is where you can create a custom profile that modifies the way the window appears. So if I click on the profile, I can see I've got 3 profiles: default, Friday, and Saturday. To create this profile, I can go up to Edit and then Configuration Profiles. In the bottom, I've got a plus symbol. Now, if you don't have Wireshark installed, what you can do is use a virtual lab for packet analysis that we're going to cover tomorrow, and it has Wireshark there already. It's not the latest version, but you're welcome to do it on that. Who hasn't got Wireshark? Are you able to install software on your system? Yep. I would suggest downloading Wireshark if you can install software. If you can install software, to download Wireshark, use your friendly neighborhood search engine, download Wireshark, click on that, and you got the latest version there for Mac and Windows. So I tend to suggest people to create a profile and not modify the default profile, because if you make a mistake or you change your view too bad, you can at least reset it back to what it was as the default. There is an option to reset it, but what I get you to do is click on the plus and add I'm just going to call mine Tuesday, but I'm just giving it a name of some sort. And then I click on OK. And what happens in Wireshark is down in my status bar, it's going to now show that I've got this profile Tuesday. And now I can start changing what my view looks like. Under Edit, Preferences, the first thing I tend to do is look at the layout. By default, what you get is the packet bytes set up. See how I've got this packet bytes in the right-hand side? And then I've got the packet up the top. If I go up to Edit, Preferences, go to Layout, I still like the 1, 2, 3 layout. Some people like 1, 2, 3 or side by side. But what I can do in pane number 3, I can change it to my packet diagram. So I still like my packet list, my packet details, and then I do my packet diagram. And I click on OK, and we now get that diagram view there. In T-Shark, we did a follow conv, comma TCP. That's equivalent to going up to the statistics and we go and click on conversations and it brings up that similar window. The other thing I like to do is go to statistics and have a look at protocol hierarchy. And what it does, it shows the frame, Ethernet, IPv4, and all of the different protocols that are in that. And then the percentage of packets that are being used for that. So for this telnet, if we right mouse click on a telnet packet and we go follow TCP stream, we get the information that we were looking at previously. And it's laid out login, fake password, user, commands, ls, lsa, and exit. So anything in red is the client communicating to the server. Anything in blue is the server communicating to the client. So it's even got color coding. The issue is that I can't really get exact information, but I can still do a screenshot of that and put it into tickets if I want to. What I can also do is I can right mouse click on a packet and see how I've got this apply as filter. I can go select and it now gives me I wasn't expecting that, but anyway, it gives me a field name and a value. So this is a way to learn about those field names if you want for T-Shark. So that wasn't a very good example. So I'm just going to remove that and I'm going to go to a particular field here. Won't echo. No, don't want that. Here we go. Let's go to I'm missing. Have I still got a display filter in place? Here we go, the SYN. So I'm going to go to the SYN, right mouse click on this packet here, and I can then go apply as filter selected. And so in this case, it's giving me information of tcp.flags.syn -- equals true. So it looks like Wireshark's changed its filtering options. Usually it would give you the field name, but it understands what it is now. And also apply as filtered with this, and it does TCP flags : X002. So depending on where you right mouse click and you go apply as filter, it will update that display filter for you. If we want to focus on a particular IP address, again, we can right mouse click on a field and we can tell it to apply as filter. So let's say that we want to filter based on an IP address. So that's the destination address here. So let's right mouse click on that, go apply as filter, selected, and up here it's typed in ip.dst equals 192.168.0.1. Down here it now tells me there's 92 packets in this packet capture, 48 are being displayed. There used to be ways of adding filters. I can never get Wireshark to work that I want, the way that I want. But I can say, let's have a look at the Telnet protocol. And then you used to be able to use a keyword called contains and then a string that you want it to contain. Now, notice how it's red. In the display filter, red means that Wireshark doesn't understand what you want. It used to have options for that, contains, and I don't think this is just the history that we've typed in recently. But normally that contains password used to work. And then you used to be able to do contains login. But that doesn't work either. So I can do log. It's not going to do anything. So not so fun. So you experiment to see what you can get. So telnet.data now will work for the contains. And if I do telnet.data contains login, it now just shows that I've got 3 packets. Whereas older versions of Wireshark, you could just use Telnet protocol and it would search that. If I tried looking for a password, so currently I've got packets 29, 45 and 83 there. If I do password, it shows me packet 36. Now I still don't see the Telnet data. I only see the info. So what I can do is I can update the fields so that way it includes the Telnet data field. So I can go up to my edit, preferences, and click on columns. Currently at the moment, it shows me the active columns for this view. So I've got number, time, source, destination, protocol, length, and info. So if we want to add a column, we click on the plus, and it's the type that it's set it to by default is a number. We want to change that to custom. The field that we want to add to the custom field is our Telnet data. And notice it goes green to show you that Wireshark understands what that field is. I'm just going to change this to the Telnet data field. And if I can drag it above the length, you used to be able to just drag it, but you can't do it now. That's it. Finally worked. So now when I click on OK, remembering I'm using my Tuesday view rather than my default profile, I click on OK. And it shows me my password information there. That's because I've done a restriction. If I try it for login, it's going to show login, last, and then nothing. So it's giving me the field above the information that I want. So what I can do is just say, I want to look at all Telnet data, but I want it to be from the IP source 192.168.0.2. And it now extracts all of the information that the client has typed in to the Telnet server. So they've typed in fake, user, sbin, ping, www, ls, ls-a, and exit. Now that we've done it in T-Shark and Wireshark, which one do you prefer? A lot of people are going to say the GUI. I prefer T-Shark. Main thing is that when you're experimenting with the display filter, you need to make sure it turns green. The other thing is, if you're using multiple packets and you've got an existing, if you're using multiple packet captures and you've got an existing display filter, you'll open up a new packet capture and it won't be displaying what you think. It might be an empty packet. So to give you an example, I've got this packet capture in place here. If I go to File, Open, don't want to go there. Let's open up Covert Info, click on Open. Looks like I've got no packets because I've got my existing display filter there. So always look down into the status bar and it shows me that I've got packets to display 0. And it's usually because you've left a display filter on. So you need to make sure that you always clear your display filter to see those packets. I always fall into that trap and I'm thinking, I'm sure I captured that data. Why haven't I got it? This one's a little bit easier to get information for. Now, our display column isn't relevant anymore because it's looking at Telnet data. So what we can do is go into our preferences and we can change our column to not show that. So we untick it. Click on OK, and now we get that. We can definitely see that this is not correct. Remember, for T-Shark, we did a data.len and we went to 100. So how do I get that? Well, what you could do is click on the data.len field here in my packet information, apply as filter, selected, and it's got IP length. Oh, that's different to what I was expecting, but yeah, okay. We can use greater than 100 and we get the same sort of result. That field that we had for the Telnet data, what we can do is go into our preferences, go to our columns, add another column, call it ICMP data, change it from a number to custom, and the field that we want is data.data. Oops, if I spell data right. And as I start typing, it does an auto completion for you. So data dot, and then you can see what it's trying to show you in the fields. So this is another way to get your field types. And then move it up. Never seem to get it to move up. That's it. So ICMP data, click on OK. And we should now see the hex value of the ICMP data. Once we've got that, we can use a copy command and we can say copy summary as text or as printable text. So we copy that, open up Notepad, and there's the text value. Not quite the same as doing it from the command line. So I just right mouse click on that ICMP data, copy as printable text. The other option is where I've got my packet diagram, I can change that back to the default. So layout, packet bytes, click on OK, and now I can see the plain text over there. Any questions about that? We're covering a lot of information. We're learning the hard way to do this. Can't remember if I've got Network Miner installed. I don't. It's going to see if I've got network. I do. I'll come back to that. So all I'm doing is looking at the FTP, sorry, the Wireshark Lab, and building it up from there. So we're just going through each step of this. So we're covering a lot of information. This process is a very manual process, isn't it? So imagine if you had to go through multiple packet captures a day. So if you're capturing 10 packets from 10 different servers, 10 packet captures from 10 different servers. So you're doing it every hour on the hour for 10 servers. How are you going to start automating that? How are you going to detect when something's happening? It's going to become a little bit more difficult. And this is where network security monitoring tools come in. You can get them to look at packet captures and alert on that. And that's where we'll start looking at tomorrow. And the next day, maybe. So we're going through this process of attacking a system. Now we're looking at detecting the attacks. Okay. Any questions? I'll just check Menti because we're getting close to the end of the day. Looks like no questions. I do suggest that you go through this lab a couple of more times and experiment. Now, if you don't have access to a Linux system to run the T-Shark, as I said, it is available on your Windows system. However, you'd need to look at the PowerShell commands equivalent for that. Or you can go and the lab that we use tomorrow, you could do most of the T-Shark stuff on there. You just won't have the packet captures.
This is one of the test dump documents. So there are different colors. Why no this?
So the different colours I'm not too sure about, but they basically are looking at the
No, sometimes it shows the different colors.
so the black means that it's
black,
an error.
so green.
Usually black means it's an error.
Yes.
Yeah.
So and how do you know if there are zinc flood?
If there's a SYN flood,
Yes, zinc flood, no LED.
so you look at the flags.
You have to filter through the flags
Yeah,
and identify them.
yeah. So you right mouse on the SYN and you can then go have a look
Oh,
how many there are and if there's the,
it's a manual part.
Yeah. and then you can then drill it down. But if you have a look here, see how there's lots of SYN packets.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I'll talk about how to, I use Snort to detect it. But yeah, so that to me looks like a SYN flood
Zinc flood,
attack.
yeah. So similar to most of the packets are coming through the zinc flood.
Yeah.
See, oh, so there's 1,020. Lots of things there.
Yeah. So visually I can tell straight away that's a SYN flood because there's no SYNAC.
Zinc, yeah.
Yeah. And so you can do a filter where you say, find this.
Okay.
I've got to think how to do it in Wireshark. But the way I would do it is I would look at this field
Okay.
and I would look at the next packet if possible.
Oh.
And then if there's no SYNAC, then I know it's a SYN flood.
Simple. Okay.
Does that make sense?
If you have a local lesson, you can easily identify it.
Yeah. So I'll try and,
So otherwise, you have to do the manual everything.
yeah. So I would tend to use T-Shark to find it. So I'll think about how I do it.
Is it possible to upload the pickup file to some localizer and identify is there any attack or not?
So upload,
Pickup file. So this is kind of the pickup file.
yeah.
So I don't know whether it's possible or not.
It is. I've got to remember the service. But I don't do it. So I've just had a question. Is it possible for me to upload a PCAP somewhere and then get told that there's an attack or there's some suspicious thing happening? There is a service, but I don't remember what it is. But tomorrow, when we start looking at Suricata, we'll be able to look at that. However, I recommend you don't upload your internal packet captures to a third party without sanitizing it. Does anyone know what I mean by sanitizing? There are tools like Scrappy that allows you to look at a packet capture and replace IP addresses with a different set of IP addresses. So you need to somehow sanitize it. And then if it's sending up data like Telnet or other sort of clear text protocols, you might be leaking sensitive information. Like tomorrow, I will show you how you can extract a Word document from a packet capture. So yes, there are third-party services. For the life of me, I can't remember what they are because it would have been more than a decade ago that I would have used it. And I don't do it because I see it as poor practice because it's a lot of effort to sanitize your packet captures to upload to a third party. Okay. But this is where vendor solutions come in. Like there's Umbrella from Cisco where you can potentially do that. It's an endpoint protection tool. But yeah. Any other questions? See you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you for your time. Can you please provide intro demo about Hack the Box? Next one. Can we capture the packets live capturing using Wireshark on other computers? Yes, there is an option to set up remote monitoring on other computers. The way I tend to do it is depending on what you want to do, but yes, you can do it. Windows now has a built-in packet capture tool as well. Did you know that? I don't think I put it in here. In my packet analysis training, the one-day one, I talk about the Windows tool. So that's a new set that's there. So it's actually built into the command line. It's not that powerful, but it does give you a quick snapshot. But yes, you can do remote ones. I can't quite remember how to do it, but yes, I know you can do it. Or what I tend to do is I set up what's called a ring buffer. So example, when I was working for a managed service provider, sometimes there'll be intermittent issues on a client server and you're wondering what's happening or why there's these packets, and you had to be there exactly at that time to see the situation. So what I would do is I would set up 3 or 5 files that are 500 meg in size. So depending on the network, you would try and figure out how long or how big a packet capture you need for 30 minutes. And then based on that, you would then set up either 3 or 5 log files, and it's called a ring cycle type thing. So what it will do, it will capture for 30 minutes to this log file 1. Then it moves to log file 2, capture for 30 minutes, log file 3, capture for 30 minutes. And that way you don't fill up the hard drive with the packet capture. And then it goes back to the first one and overrides it. Then 2 and then 3. And that way I get 30 minutes before the event, 30 minutes during the event, and 30 minutes after the event. And so hopefully within that 1.5 hour time frame when the client rings up, I would have something to look for the issue, if that makes sense.
Port mirroring on switch.
Port mirroring, so you're going to have to do that as well. So if you are looking at doing port mirroring, I'll talk about this tomorrow, but that's where you can where you send all the packets to a device to be able to capture it. And there's going to be either hardware devices do the capturing or the software device. Depending on how much traffic is going through your network, Wireshark won't cut it. And that's where you pay a lot more money for more advanced tools to do it. Any other questions? But in regards to using Wireshark on other computers, yes, you can do that to get it to capture, or you can use the CLI. Remote access, type in, start T-Shark. Yeah. So yes, you can do it. I just can't remember how to do it. I'll look at it tonight and demo it tomorrow. Any questions? Thank you. Tomorrow we'll start with Kahoot and another Menti and then move on.